Aku? We just say on your uncle from Tuahiwi or yeah. I don't have to have any title.
Let's go. I'll get it.
Shall I just
No, I'll get it. A tēnā tātou. Ko te kāhu korako, ko te kāhu pango ki runga, ko ia koe te toirangi. Ko te kāhu tātara, ko te kāhu kuri ki raro, ko ia koe te toinuku. Puritia ki roto, tāwhia ki roto ki tēnei tiro o tātou, ngā kōrero hohonu, ngā kōrero whakamiharo o tēnei rōpu, kia mauwhiwhia, kia maurawia, ki roto ki tēnā o tātou e tau nei. Tēnā koutou, e ngā maunga whakahi o te motu ngāua whakatere, kua tau mai nei ki tēnei pito whenua o tātou. Kei raro i te maru o maunga tere ki uta, ko te tai o Mahanui ki waho, ko te awa tipua ko Waimakariri e rere ana ki uta ki tai. Tēnā koutou, nau mai hara mai, aha ko wai, aha ko no whea, mauria mai o koutou mana, o koutou reo, ki tēnei whakamininga o tātou. Nō reira tēnei au, e mihi ana ki a koutou. Mauria mai hoki ngā mate kei rongi a koutou. Rātou ko mene atu ki te pō, mauria mai te wairua, te mana o rātou, kia tūkahai tātou i tēnei rangi. On behalf of my people of Ngai Tuahuriri in North Canterbury, it's my privilege to be here under the invitation of my aunt to begin the welcome to you all today. Welcome to our part of the country. Yes, this is Christchurch o Tautahi. This is also the backyard of the local hapu, Ngai Tuahuriri, where my mother's family is from, the Reuben family of Tuahiwi. Welcome to Takitimu Waka, part of the confederation of this great waka, Takitimu, that has connections in the Bay of Plenty down the east coast of the North Island into the South Island here. And we carry some of the stories and some of the ancestral names of that canoe, including our name for the Port Hills. Ngā kōhatu whakarakaraka o Tamatea Pōkai Whenua, the great ancestor Tamatea Pōkai Whenua, who has the distinction of having the longest place name in the country in honour of him. We have his name too, and Tamatea, as he travelled the country, found himself on the Port Hills here, a little bit cold in the southern winter, and sent out his messages to the tohunga, the esteemed learned ones in the north, and they sent down fire. And I suppose that story tracks the geothermal map of New Zealand, including down here. And our local marae over the other side of the Port Hills, Rapaki, is blessed to have a nice little hot spring on their beach, so they can dig a hole in and relax in the beach, but don't tell anyone. Welcome to the kaupapa as well, this amazing kaupapa, the institution that everyone here today is part of, and you are here because of those who are before you. And I'm going to break protocols a little bit and just talk about my family and celebrate them a little bit, but they're just an example that I'm sure exists in each and every one of you, and that's the intergenerational nature of this institution, from my Auntie Kath's mother to Auntie Kath and down to Auntie Kath's daughter. That's 3 generations that I know of the same family associated with this institution. So to all of you and all of your families, those who have gone before you and those that come after you, welcome to Ngāi Tuahuriri country, welcome to Christchurch, and please have a fantastic day. If I could ask, we just bow our heads and bless this day with a little prayer that I will say in te reo. It's about aroha, this thing we know as love and respect. Ko te pau o te aroha, paupaua ki a mau. Ko te pau o te aroha, tiritiria ki a u. Ko te pau o te aroha, ki a mau ki a u, ki roto ki tēnei tira, tēnei kaupapa, ki tōna tī, ki tōna tā, whakamaua ki a tīnā, haumi e, hui e, tā iki e. So this pillar that we know as aroha, love and respect, hold on to it so it endures. This pillar that we know as aroha and respect, look after it so it grows within each and every one of us, and those that come after us hold on to this idea so that it endures. Kia ora everyone, and I'll hand it over to my niece to continue the words. Kia ora tātou.
We stand here today representing the New Zealand Women's Institute gathering in Ototahi for our 105th annual meeting. While I'm incredibly proud to be here on my home grounds, I stand alongside women who have travelled from every corner of the country. I know it's breaking road, but thank you to Marano for coming to open the space for us today for the 105th year. Our institute has woven women together in community service and learning. We bring the collective spirit into the space, and we appreciate you for setting the path for our days ahead.
In support of Jess's speech, we would like to sing Te Aroha. The words will be on the screen and the music will come as well. John.
Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou tātou e. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou tātou e.
Go thank you. Kia ora, Jess. Kia ora, te mata.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Ladies, can you please take your seats? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Kia ora. Welcome to everyone here today for the 105th Annual General Meeting here in Chateau in the Park, Christchurch. Over the next 2 days, we will take opportunity to meet up with old friends, get to know our fellow WI members who have travelled with us to attend this meeting, celebrate NZFWI achievements through Aotearoa, listen and discuss topics from the agenda, learn something new from our speakers, and to become more informed at the end of the 2 days than you were at the start. Attending this important national event shows that you care. You are interested. You are passionate about the heart of this organisation and prepared to support initiatives, projects and ideas so that our future is assured. It is a very great pleasure to welcome Deputy Mayor and the Councillor for the Papanui Ward, Victoria Henstock. As an independent councillor, she is straightforward and practical. With over 20 years as a lawyer, this experience has enabled her to fulfill her priorities, to spend wisely, fix what is broken, visually respond to the community with drop-in sessions so that she can listen and support constituents. Constitution is main thing for today. Victoria Henstock is working hard to enable Christchurch and its people to grow towards a resilient, livable and financial sustainable future. Being the newly appointed Deputy Mayor in November last year, a quote from Ms Henstock echoes this AGM theme. Good governance means listening more, talking less, and doing more. Sounds like a sensible plan, bearing in mind that she came from a very good Catholic upbringing family with 9 brothers and sisters. I think she's had to fight her way, don't you think? Please welcome to the podium Christchurch City Council Deputy Mayor Victoria Henstock.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be here with you to open the 105th AGM of the New Zealand Federation of Women's Institutes. Now, some of you may be aware that it was our Mayor, Phil Major, who was invited to open the conference this morning, but his unavailability became my good fortune, and it's an absolute privilege. Thank you for the warm welcome, Jude. I'm really excited to be here. And can I say, walking into the foyer this morning to this wonderful sea of lovely ladies was so welcoming and so warm. It felt like I was putting on a hand-knitted cardigan. I felt the warmth the moment I walked in the door this morning. So it is really lovely to be here, and it's a wonderful reflection of the people who are in the room today. I'd like to start by acknowledging our National President, Jude Vaughan. Thank you for the warm welcome, and also our National Executive Committee. Thank you for your leadership, for organising this meeting here in Christchurch, and for choosing our wonderful city, Ōtautahi Christchurch, for your destination this year. Thank you also to Te Marino Rubin from Ngāitua Huriri. Thank you for your warm welcome and your appropriate blessing to open the conference today. Thank you, my friends. And to all of you in the room, those who I've met and those who I haven't met yet, I'm pleased to see so many wonderful women come together in support of your organisation, but also in support of each other, in support of us all, and I extend a very warm welcome to Ōtautahi Christchurch. Now, while the Institute has undoubtedly changed significantly since its founding in 1921, at which time there were no mobile phones and computers to connect us all up, we have all moved on significantly for better or worse. But I am sure that your core purpose to encourage and to support women in your community remains as strong as ever. And as a working mother, as a professional, I am so glad that the Women's Institutes have withstood the test of time. Many years back, my own mum, who turns 90 this year, received a top award of honours from the Ministry of Women's Affairs in her capacity as Regional Development Officer for Rural Women New Zealand. She's also served on the Catholic Women's League and is now a life member, having served for more than 50 years. And we all know that saying, that if you want something done, you ask a busy person. As a mother of 9 children, and we took in every waif and stray, there was always room for another person at the dining table. Just pull up the piano stool. And what's one more? I grew up in an environment, as you said, 9 children, and what's more, next door we had a family of 8 children, so we had 17 children in 2 houses. I can tell so many stories. My father used to come home from work and he'd come up the drive. Sorry, I digress, but it's worth telling. My father used to come up the drive in his trusty Marina, and he'd skid up the drive and come out of the car and slam the door and walk towards the back door, and he'd say at the top of his voice, "If you're one of ours, get inside and get washed up for dinner. If you're one of theirs, bugger off home." Authority. Anyway, back to the conference and where we are today. Thank you for letting me share. I've had many more stories. I am aware that recruitment and membership are really tough right now, and many organisations are feeling that. You need to know that what you do really does matter, so it's great to see the Women's Institute leaning into the challenges and just getting on with it. Keep calm and keep moving and carry on. I understand one of the outcomes of today will be a new national committee, and with that comes the potential for renewed energy and new ideas. So as you look to the future for the Institute, it's incumbent upon you to ask and consider what meaningful encouragement and support for women might look like in 2026 and beyond. And my sense is that there are generations of women who are following in behind us that are still facing issues of inequity and underrepresentation in certain areas. And these younger women could absolutely benefit from supportive networks that provide encouragement, development opportunities, and safe spaces to grow and to lead. And so the challenge for you as you plan ahead is to consider how you might grow your organisations, your networks and your membership through supporting emerging women leaders in your communities. Now, whether that is through mentorship, friendship, advocacy, leadership development, encouraging and supporting the next generation of young women is invaluable, and I have no doubt that in this room you have the collective skills to make a real and a measurable difference. Before I close, I'd like to make a wee pitch for Ōtautahi Christchurch. I really encourage our visitors to soak up all there is to see and do while you're in our beautiful city. Some of you may have heard us being called the Goldilocks City. It's because we're just the right size and everything is just right in proportion. Christchurch has a real buzz and there is plenty to do, no matter what you're interested in. Now, we've got Hagley Park and the Botanic Gardens and the Arts Centre all within walking distance from where we are right now. So those who are staying here at the Chateau in the Park, I hope you've got your walking shoes. And if shopping is your thing, then we have Ballantyne's in the centre of our city, which is one of the last provincial department stores in New Zealand and well worth a visit. And whilst you're there, check out the Crossing and the Cashel Street Precinct. There's lots of lovely small businesses that would love your support. For those of you who are into food, there's an incredible food options, an abundance of eateries at Riverside, at the terraces, and throughout the city. And of course, if you're interested in sport and fitness, our One New Zealand Stadium at Te Kaha is pretty damn hard to miss. It's huge. If you haven't seen it, when you head over towards the city, you'll be sure to see it. And on top of that, we also have our wonderful Metro Sports Centre, which is our swimming pool and indoor sporting complex called Parakiori, and that's the largest aquatic centre in New Zealand. Both of these, Te Kaha Stadium and Parakiori, are in the centre of our city, and they're hard to miss. So please, do take some time to get out there and enjoy all we have to offer here in beautiful Ōtautahi Christchurch. I hope you enjoy your time here. So thanks again for including me in your day, and all the best for a very wonderful time together at conference. And with that, I'd like to now officially open the 105th Annual General Meeting of the New Zealand Federation of Women's Institutes. Thank you.
On behalf of the NEC and behalf of us all, I just think that we ought to say thank you very much for this very warm welcome from Victoria to this beautiful garden city. It is part of my home, as I live in mid-Canterbury, but the very fact that she is very passionate about her role as a Deputy Mayor. She's passionate about home and family, which again is part of our ethos and part of us. And the very fact that there are knitters out there, so potentially there could be a sale of cardigans if you get the right colour, but I'm sure she'd be delighted to have one. So thank you very much indeed, Victoria Hensel. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask Colleen to come along. Bye. See you later. Bye.
I'm tempted to stay.
She's got work to do. I'm just going to ask National Executive Officer Colleen to come and give some housekeeping notes, which should have perhaps done before we had the glorious welcome because of the damn mobile phone. All right?
Kia ora, good morning. Please turn off your mobile phones or put them on silent or vibrate or whatever. We don't want the noises, is all. Thank you. Toilets are always essential, I feel. Out the door you came in, turn right, and they're on the slope. You'll see, I think it's lords and ladies. Ladies is there. Cell phones off. Earthquake, look after each other. I'm not going to do the drop, cover, hold bit because I know you all can't do that. Some of us can't, some of us can. So look after each other. That's what I say. Morning and afternoon tea and lunch. This is all provided, and there is a piece, one biscuit and a cup of coffee, morning tea and afternoon tea. Somebody's hit the gin already. Out that door, through to the Camelot room. So if you stick to the side, you'll come across the Camelot room, which is where the handcraft is. Now, the morning and the afternoon tea and the lunch will be served in the middle of that room. And I've asked the hostesses to make sure that the line keeps moving because, as the hotel says, you're a big lot to get through and we don't have a lot of time. So it's not a time to chat, it's a time to get your coffee and get your little piece and move on and come back here and drink and eat and so on. So, and lunch will be a buffet, simple buffet lunch. So you'll have a plate and a knife and fork. And so get and do, okay? There's a decent selection for lunch. I hope I've covered everybody's. I don't like beetroot. And so on. So you select your own. So that's lunch and morning tea and afternoon tea, where there is afternoon tea as well. All included in your ticket. Quickly through. With the seating, there's to be 10 at each table. Please don't put 11 because it's a health and safety issue with the chairs. So if there's 11 at your table at the moment, can you please sort so that there is only 10? Thank you. For the people in the middle here, your pads and pens are at the back. So if you want to collect a little pad and pen that everybody's got on their tables, yours are at the back over there. I think that's about it. Is there anything else you can think of, Jude, at all? Have a good time. That's not housekeeping. Housekeeping is not a good time. Thank you for your attention.
It's a good job I'm not any bigger. Normally when you have an AGM, you ask someone from the hosting WI to come and give greetings and welcome. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mavis Wilkins, who is the chairperson of the organising committee for the Christchurch 105th AGM. Gold Honours recipient, past president of Mid Canterbury Federation, and my fellow member of my WI, Lowcliffe. Okay.
Madam President Jude, Adrian, Jess and Colleen. As she said, I'm Mavis. I've been through the ranks. She gives me a little bit of time to, get on the picture. I would like to welcome you all here to this AGM in Christchurch. I have worked alongside our colleagues from North Canterbury and Mid Canterbury to organise this for you. We hope you have an enjoyable day and all your deliberations go well. And old friends meet new friends. Enjoy the time. What else was I going to say? In your little gift bags, you have some sunflower seeds. May that be the bright light of our organisation for the next year. Have a competition in your areas. See who can grow the best one. It'd be good to hear how they grow. Also, Caroline and Eve have honoured us with their voucher system again, 20% off. So please go shopping in the next month and use it. Thank you. Have an enjoyable day. We'll see you around. Thank you.
Go this way. You all right to get down? Thank you. Thank you, Mary. I'm just going to ask Colleen if we could have the apologies, please.
This is all in my head. We have apologies from past national presidents Evalda Howie, Eleanor Holt and Jeanette Andrews. We have apologies from Linda Kemp from Waikato, who hosted it last year. Was that last year? And those are the apologies I've received.
Is it your wish that we take these apologies? Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. And she was part of the organising committee anyway. Oh, right, okay. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge all our distinguished members in attendance. But you are all wonderful members, so you can include yourself in this. But I'd like to acknowledge the immediate past National President, Faye Leonard, Avis Wishworth, and Kay Hart. I'd also like to send greetings to our beloved past National President, Evalda Howie, and her husband, Lex. Evalda has not been in good health over the last few months, so I know that we wish her a speedy recovery. To Jeanette Andrews, who apparently has been banned from flying, due to health reasons, I know. But however, knowing Jeanette as we all do, potentially she may have been caught flying a kite over a restricted zone around an airport, and possibly that's what she's paying the price for a little fun. To Eleanor Holt, we will miss you over the next 2 days with your delicious sense of humour and dry wit. We know, potentially, fingers crossed, that you are watching at home, and we send our love and best wishes to you all. To our Gold Honours awardees in the hall today, especially Judy Cathcart, who was our sole beneficiary last year, we extend a warm welcome and thank you for your continued service and support to the NZFWI. The 3 nominated awardees who will receive their Gold Honours during this evening's ceremony, and it will be a pleasure to acknowledge and honour their achievements. The AGM is an important meeting for any organisation, as well as a legal requirement to hold a meeting either as a virtual hui or a physical venue. To all the members who have registered for today and tomorrow, the NEC would like to officially welcome you and thank you for your continued dedication to the organisation. Your attendance is proof that you are willing to make the journey from all corners of the country to attend this very important annual meeting that allow us to play a part in our organisation's direction, our future projects, and celebrate our achievements. It is not usual to mention by name those Gold Honours awardees who have died during the past year of 2025. But in certain cases, I feel that it is not only right to do so, but an honour, a true honour, to remember these recognised members who will remain constant and true to the organisation through their continuous affiliations over the years up until they died. Dawn Christie from Waimea, WI, Southern Wellington area. Rosa Bennett, Hines, WI, Mid-Canterbury Federation. The following two members served the NEC for the past years. The organisation benefited from their skills and leadership talents as they served at governance level. The first one, Catherine Downs from Tamatea, WI, Gold Honours. She served on the NEC under the leadership of Mrs. April Kerr. To those who attended the centenary event in Omatua in 2021, Mrs. Downs gave us a treat with the melodious, distinct inflection in her voice and her upswept hair, brought humour and reminiscences of our organisation's early years. Her memories of Miss Jerome Spencer was the tangible link throughout the decades. Margaret Bunn, Gold Honours, past NEC member and Vice President, working alongside past national presidents of Mrs. Avish Rishworth and Mrs. Eleanor Helt. During her 4-year service, Margaret was part of a committee who implemented the new name for our organisation, a new premises for the national office, a new badge with the Indigenous-inspired logo and updated branding, an updated constitution and draft strategic plan. As we recite our own aspirations, let us contemplate during this short space of time our own focus, or karakia, to allow us to settle and find a worthy purpose to work together for a common goal over the next 2 days. So all rise for the aspirations if you are comfortable, followed by a moment of reflection to our past wonderful friends and fellow members, and we thank them for their service to the NZFWI, for their work in the community, and I know that they are greatly missed. Keep us, O God, from pettiness. Let us be large in thought, word, and deed. Let us be done with fawning and leave off self-seeking. May we put away pretense and meet each other face to face, without self-pity and without prejudice. May we never be hasty in judgment and always generous. Let us take time for all things good. Make us to grow calm, serene, and gentle. Teach us to put into action our better impulses, straightforward and unafraid. Grant that we may realize it is the little things that create differences, that in the big things of life we are none. And may we strive to touch and to know the great woman's heart, common to us all. And O Lord God, let us not forget to be kind. Thank you, ladies. It's the coasters, isn't it? It's always got to be them over there. The 105th AGM will be conducted according to the NZFWI 2024 Constitution, or 2024. That being said, all current affiliated WI members who are attending the AGM are allowed to partake in their own right, have the opportunity to speak if called upon, and vote accordingly if or when the occasion arrives. I now ask Jessie and Adrian to get down on the floor and boogie, and Colleen will read the roll call. Now, are you going to explain how this is going to work? Okay, it's on the, well, with your roll call figures and stuff.
The roll call is slightly different this year because there are WIs who are not part of a federation. They are independent. However, we've kept them together and called them, for instance, North Otago area. But individually, they are Awamoa Alma and Waiareka, and they will be called out individually to come up and get their envelope. We would appreciate your diary numbers, if you haven't already given them to me, in receipt of your envelope. So with your diary numbers, put a bit of paper, 55 diaries, bit of paper, whatever. And I'll call out numbers attending, and if it's incorrect, will you please call back and say, no, we've only got 9, or whatever. Okay, so if it's less, please let me know. So we start at the top with Whangarei. Whangarei, I have 10. Would you show yourselves over there? I have 10 attending. Correct? Thank you. Next one is Green Bay, WI. 1 attending. Thank you. Maraetai Beach, WI. 2 attending. Tuakau, WI. Over there. Maraetai, Auckland West. No. Yes. Tuakau, WI, is there an envelope for them? Yes. Over there. Thank you. Thames Hauraki Federation. 3 people. 3 people. Thank you. Eastern Bay of Plenty. 4. Thank you. Not in order then. I don't know. Can't get staff nowadays. Eastern Bay of Plenty. Thank you. 3. Te Pahu. 2 from Waikato. Waikato East Federation. I've got 10 for you. Pardon? Thank you. You've got 50 orders. Good. Thank you. Huh? No, best do this. Waikato Valley. I have 6. Waikato?
We've got 5.
5. Thank you, Judy. Kaitoki WI. 1. Kaitoki WI. 1. Turakina WI. 3. North Taranaki Federation, 4. Give it to... yeah. South Taranaki Federation, I have 8. South Taranaki Federation, 8. Poverty Bay Federation, 6. Is that 5? 6 or 5? Okay. Northern and Hawke's Bay, 2. Otawao Takapau WI, 2. Central Hawke's Bay, 28. Wakarara WI, 1. Take both. Tararua Federation, 6. 6. Rewa WI, 2. Manawatu Federation, 9. Wairarapa Federation, 15. Waimea WI, 3. Waimea, 3. Whitby WI, 4. Whitby WI. Nelson Federation, 11. Bulla Federation, the Magnificent One, Arorangi WI, 7. And if I could just on that note, I recalled sitting there listening and Leonie Stenhouse extends her apologies. She's not well, bless. Ko Katahi Kōwhirerangi, 2. Kokatahi Kōwhirerangi, over there. Your guys are stand up, Jess. Pāroa WI, 5. Pāroa. Good out. North Canterbury Federation, 28. 28. Mid Canterbury Federation, how many? 13. Waimate Federation, 18. It's a long way from Waimate. Oh, horse and cart. At the moment, 15. Awamoa Alma, 1, and Waireka, 2, North Otago. Waireka, 2. Abbotsford, 1. Allenton, 1. That's Mid-Otago. Over there. Peninsula Bays, 1. South Otago Federation, 7. I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear a word. So there's 9 here. Thank you. Southern Southland, I've got 5. Southern Southland Federation, 3. It's a moving feast, isn't it? Okay. Thank you. Evelyn Hikaroa, can you take this for the Waikato area, please? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for your attention to that. That was a bit of a difficult exercise, but we managed, didn't we? I'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge your NEC members. A little snapshot.
One's just left the table.
She knew I was going to talk about her, didn't she, really? All right, well, I'll do Jessie and I'll wait for Adrian when she's come back, if she comes back.
She's dealing to the freezing crisis.
The freezing crisis over there.
Antarctic.
Yes, right. Okay. Jessie Hopkinson. Jessie has worked quietly and within her capabilities. She has a managerial possession in her real work life. She has to deal with staff and customers on a day-to-day basis, which must take a vast amount of energy and skill. She has a delicious sense of humour. Her family life is very important, but I believe that her animals more so. Jessie brings her shared systems of custom, language, tradition, cultural values to the NEC and the organisation. And that was shown this morning when she stood up and replied on our behalf. And I think that's a lot of bravery, but a lot of insight. This has lent a diverse viewpoint to the agenda, which we have incorporated in our development and planning. So thank you, Jessie. I think the saying is, bear with. She won't like it.
She's gone backstage.
All right, okay. Oh, yeah, I've got lots to say, haven't I? I'd like to... Oh, good Lord. God, that's a long way down. I'd like to take the opportunity to mention Frances Turrell, our contract accountant, who has been employed since late November until the 22nd of May, 2026. She worked for us remotely, and we've only met on a laptop screen. Frances has brought her experience of working with the not-for-profit organisation and her financial background has enabled us to bring a new system of collation of figures and documents to meet the dreaded auditors. In her exit interview, she thanked all of the treasurers who worked alongside her to help her carry out her financial duties. It has been a massive learning curve for us all, so I would like to thank publicly Frances for her work. Employing somebody to work for the NZFWI on a contract for services was a huge step for the NEC. I certainly was out of my depth, as my only experience of HR was primarily whilst working in local government, retail and hospitality, and in the tertiary college education sector. The organisation was exceptionally fortunate to have 2 women who gave their time and energy in assisting me to develop the contract over a period of several weeks. Their extensive knowledge of employment law and its idiosyncrasies was given voluntarily and gladly, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Pam Thornburg and Anne-Marie de Castro. Adrian, she's here. Adrian deals with facts and figures. She is straightforward and she shoots from the hip. And God help you if you're in the way. She works hard, and I know that the last 2 years have brought her challenges in both her private and WI life. We are very fortunate to have had her accountancy skills and her financial abilities that were given voluntarily. A bonus for the balance sheet, as it would cost us a fortune to pay her. Thank you, Adrian. Executive Officer Colleen Dryden. Colleen Dryden is the linchpin of the NZFWI. She is a constant as committee members and national presidents come and go in the cycles of terms of office. Her steady influence in assisting the NEC navigate the turbulent waters of governance has created a stable, uninterrupted administration. Over the last year, the reorganisation of the national office structure and practices have been implemented over a 2-phase development plan. This new system has reduced costs and streamlined administrative processes. Over the years of employment to and for the NZFWI, she has worked hard alone in several distinctive national offices. Her varied duties have necessitated the management of her time to ensure deadlines are met and processes completed. She networks with other organisations throughout the New Zealand, including government departments and other CEOs. Colleen knows many people from a lot of different organisations, which helps the NZFWI to remain part of the not-for-profit scene, and is also invited to several various meetings and discussion forums, and she makes sure that the WI has a presence. She has remarkable presence. She has remarkable patience, a skill that is one that is tested several times a week, and that's just dealing with me. Colleen is exceptionally tolerant and has often spent time assisting members over the telephone, carefully explaining what is needed and also to reassure. She knows you, the membership. Colleen has kept us all, I think I should say me, on track. The last 2 years has brought extraordinary challenges as we have completed several long-term projects. We have all shared the common goal and worked towards a successful outcome. Colleen is a valuable asset to the NZFWI, and there is not a column on any balance sheet that would be able to support that. On behalf of the NEC, and all the members, Colleen, thank you very much for your service. Thank you. It's all lies, isn't it? Anticipation. You know what comes next, don't you? I'll try not to make it too boring, but it's a serious part. The State of the Union, 2026. The NZFWI has spent the last 105 years working steadily to enhance the lives of hundreds, dare I say thousands, of women by education, supporting each other through the tough times, celebrating the good times. Working in our communities by volunteering, donating goods and services, showing up when adversity threatens their local areas, showing kindness and compassion to those less fortunate than ourselves, keeping ourselves informed of current affairs to help make a difference. Our small acts of kindness help show our compassion. They include food for shelters, toiletries for the Women's Refuge, TV slippers for schools, incubator vests for NICU, snuffle mats for animal shelters, donating refreshment boxes for the local public services, just to mention a few. The NZFWI is an incorporated society, and to fall in line with the new requirements of the Incorporated Society Acts of 2022, we had to re-register. This new act replaces the Incorporated Society of 1908, which was outdated and failed to address the modern governance and management of best practice. It was 114 years out of date. You may ask why the NZFWI is part of the Incorporated Societies of New Zealand. Answer: it creates a separate legal entity shielding members from personal liability for debts and legal obligations. We can own property, enter contracts, and enhance credibility with funders. The new Incorporated Society Act of 2022 improved governance and clearer dispute relationship. The NZFWI 2024 Constitution has entered its second year. This document is our essential set of rules, principles, and establishes our structure. At its very heart, as with every constitution, it is the fundamental values of democracy, equality, reconciliation, diversity, responsibility, respect, and freedom. It is an essential tool for self-government. It's like a rule book. Revising our constitution to fall in line with the new requirements was part of this process. Subsequently, several WI members from across the country agreed to be playing a part in preparing this new constitution, meeting together via Zoom Hui, volunteering their time, knowledge, and suggestions. This constitution was drafted. And as with every important document written in the past for the NZFWI, our lawyers, Duncan Cottrell, went through the many clauses and sections to ensure that we were working within the law. Our main focus was to ensure that the entire NZFWI and our ever-decreasing membership base would be able to function as a productive and not-for-profit organisation, not just to meet the new requirements of the Act and the Charity Services specifications, but to form a backbone that would allow the organisation to exist now and into the future. This qualified document was then sent out via email to each and every one of you to read. At the 103rd AGM held in Palmerston North, the NEC presented the constitutional remit, saying that the current rules and bylaws of 2016, as amended by May 2018, is replaced by the New Zealand Federation of the Women's Institute Constitution 2024 as circulated. This was passed by a majority vote, and that was most of you. You ticked that off your list, printed off a copy, threw it in the secretary's case, shut the lid and moved on. However, and there's always an however, it appears that not everyone read the document properly, or maybe not at all. The 2024 Constitution has been under attack over the last few months. That's a shame, because there was a huge amount of work that went into writing a smart, easy to understand document to help support governance committees as we navigate towards the future. The 2024 Constitution allows federations to close and WIs to affiliate direct to the nation. How many here have taken advantage of that? Thank you. This is This is proved to help out struggling committees. Federations with small memberships, with only 1 or 2 WIs, could close legally. The WI would then report direct through the National Federation, and then the committee members would be able to use their valuable time and energy on their own WIs. The confident members who take up the challenge to stand on the committee have to complete a nominational form and sign them to say they're not disqualified for being an officer of a charitable entity in terms of Section 16(2) of the Charities Act 2005. Have you ever read that bit on the bottom? This is a process that is a simple requirement to ensure that the NZWI operates within the charitable law. Receiving completed forms by a closing date is important. We all know that the GST has got to be paid by a particular time, or an RSVP needs to be answered to help with the catering arrangements for the wedding. It's just how society works, as well as a part of being an important part of a committee structure process. The standing committee have to know that there are enthusiastic members who are prepared to support and volunteer at national, WIs, and federation level. It is not good practice to take nominations from the floor. It can cause unnecessary disruption when very often the president has vacated the chair to allow an independent to oversee the committee process. But more so, it also sends a message to those wonderful women who have put their name forward to stand on the new committee, that perhaps they're not good enough or considered good enough, that erodes their confidence or undermines their capabilities even before that first committee meeting. But if you read the 2024 Constitution, you will find that there is a provision to grant to the President and her committee to co-opt other members to help in certain areas or projects if need be. This may be to help out at a big community event, or even assist with their input to strategic and policy implementations. In the past, special dispensation was granted at governance level for an extension of a term of office. Usually, it was for the President's role. It's not the case now. I know it's harsh, and so very often there's legitimate reasons why it's needed. Under the 2024 Constitution, committee members are permitted to serve 2 terms of 2 years of continuous service before stepping down. That makes 4. She has the opportunity, once 12 months have passed, to be nominated and stand once again on the committee. But if there is no nominations received for a president, even if you've sold your soul to the devil to find someone, then at Federation and WI level, there are a couple of options that may be considered. But no such thing as pink elastic amongst the red tape of do's and don'ts. At national level, if there is no president nomination received by the stated closing date and time, there is no option but to wind up the entire organisation, to distribute the finances to other charitable organisations or causes, to find homes for the goods and chattels, melt down the silverware, store the finance records for 7 years, hang closed for business on the door, turn off the light, and walk away. That is why having a succession plan is so very, very important. How many of you here have a succession plan? I encourage every WI to have one. The Honorary Finance Officer, Adrian, and past Honorary Finance Officer, Mary Reid, have encouraged good working practices of having at least 3 named members to be able to authorise the finances. We all know that life can throw you curveballs, the unforeseen obstacles, such as family loss, health crisis, or personal turmoil that requires a rapid adjustment and resilience. So having a working current plan in place is one less thing that you have to worry about if I knew I was going to fall over this. If you have anything to worry about, if the SHTF, we all know what that is, and I'm not going to tell you. Having a clear discussion with all your members to improve honesty and openness enables transparency. You are enabling all your members to be part of the health of your WI or federations, and it is not left to your office holders. Sharing is caring. Stepping up in times of crisis, promoting the welfare of the WI, and being prepared for any eventuality. Isn't this what WI is all about? We're in this together. And once in place, you can get on with enjoying your WI. The 105th AGM theme of double down and supporting new ideas was chosen to regenerate our focus to the future, to highlight the commitment we are prepared as members to pledge to the NZWI organisation as a whole. Double down is more than just a phrase. It's a decision. It's the moment you choose to believe in your ideas when they are still very fragile, when you haven't yet been validated, and when the world hasn't caught up with your vision. To every woman here and all women finding their way towards us, the NZFWI is dedicated to supporting all women and new ideas. The WI is a place that all women can find their voice, to be their own individual soul that lies buried beneath the everyday duties and roles that is expected of them, to be acknowledged and recognized as themselves, as well as a wife, sister, daughter, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother. We are all here to change that today for the future. We're here to change that by looking out beyond at all the possibilities that just lay within our grasp. The NZFWI exists to open the door to brilliant concepts that could be silenced by self-doubt, the lack of support, or the lack of a platform on which to be heard. I want you to encourage to double down on your creativity, problem solving, innovation, communication, originality, productivity, and imagination. Let's work on being tenacious, zealous, and resolute in our passion and undertaking. So when that change and challenge is executed, it will yield results far beyond those original goals. Double down on the ideas that keep you awake at night, not out of fear, but of possibility. In the coming months, there is a space where research is welcomed. Failure is not a full stop, but a stepping stone, where collaboration amplifies impact. As members, we will need to raise our heads from navel-gazing and start being productive and solving problems. You don't have to have everything figured out to begin with. You just need that courage to start and support to continue that journey. It's about being bold and fearless, to double down to take further risks in a situation that requires courage, perseverance, and increased effort. Being audacious and daring to recommit time after time after time to one's effort, to a course of action that will benefit everyone. When one woman doubles down, she creates momentum. When many women double down, we create transformation. Together we build confidence. Together we share knowledge. Together we open doors, not just for ourselves, but for those coming next. We have hope. So if you've been waiting for permission, this is it. Back yourself. Trust your voice. And when things get uncertain, as they inevitably will, don't step back. Step up, look out, and look out beyond. Double down, supporting new ideas. We will double down. We will keep going because we've committed too much to stop now. So let us grasp this theme with both hands. It will carry us through towards the future with confidence, self-belief, and a conviction that the NZWI will endure. Again, now is this moment because your ideas matter. The NZWI needs them, and dare I say, the world needs them too. The new president and her eager NEC will be full of new initiatives and projects. This brand new committee have stepped up to accept these challenges that await them. By us all working together and supporting the whole organisation, we can start looking up and outward towards a future full of hope, because that's what we have now. This very minute, out of the chaos comes opportunity. And when we've turned a corner and started once again to push forward with new ideas and new strategies, the future depends on what we do in the present, because now is our time. Thank you, ladies. Can I just borrow your minutes for a minute? Oh, thank you. Oh, bugger. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Oh, lummy. I have to do the minutes. Yes, I always forget these bits. This is the minutes of the 104th Annual General Meeting held at the Distinction Hotel, Hamilton. Do I move it and give it to someone else? Just get someone to say yay or nay? Is that it? I've moved. Can I have a seconder, please? Oh, I thank you. Thank you for everyone. It was a good time up there, wasn't it? It's lovely. And weren't the river tones so good? That was last year, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Okay. Thanks, Jessie. Annual report. Annual report. The annual report for 2025 follows the new format introduced last year. Gone are the assigned portfolios from the NEC members, unless you count finances, where over the last 6 years the organisation has been so fortunate to have 2 honorary finance officers who have been outstanding in their field. The present NEC have worked together to navigate to make sound decisions, analysing situations, risks and opportunities, helping the organisation towards a new strategic and operational systems towards the future. We have to believe that we are in a better position than we were 4 years ago, looking for opportunities out of the crisis that faced us by resourceful decision-making and big-picture thinking. That's not right. You see, this is the trouble when you get so organised, and I'm not an organised person because I fail miserably. Hang fire. Anywho, what did you think of the the annual report? Did you all read it? Spent ages doing it. Did you enjoy? Yeah, it was good. Well, it wasn't like bedtime reading, but it was certainly something. Yes, true enough. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm looking for page 11. Have I got a page 11? Hang fire, please. Thank you. Talk amongst yourself quietly. I can hear Abalda saying, you didn't get yourself organised, did you, dude? No, Abalda, sorry. Bless. Or even Mrs. Wood. Or Ishbel Glass. April Kerr. She was glamorous, wasn't she? She was always... Wasn't she dressed by Ballantynes or something? Oh, they would have turned me out the bloomin' shop if I rocked up. Anywho, don't know where that is. Haven't got a clue. I was going to write something and think, but whatever. I can't find it. I printed it out, but I can't find it.
Keep rapping on.
Okay, right. So see. Okay, thanks. That's why I need her. All right. Okay, so whatever I said before, which you've all forgotten because you've just given up the will to live, but we've had to streamline our intentions as we are only 3+, Colleen. Well, yeah, that's it. We've had to be practical and focus on what was achievable and, more important, essential. More essential that we held up our charitable status. We had to support you, the members. Keep moving forward, looking upwards, outwards, and on to the next decade. I sincerely hope that at least someone has read the annual report. It was a labour of love, and it only just scratches the surface of what we as an organisation have achieved over the last year. And it's to those ladies who write their annual report for Federation and WIs. It does take a little time, but it's a wonderful way to look back and say, oh, did we do that? Are you sure we did that? Was that not the year before? Was it really? And we made how much money? You know? So I would like to move to accept the 104th report for the year ending 31st of December 2025. Please may I ask for a seconder from the floor? Oh, I don't. Please yourself. So now this document is open for discussion. No questions on finances because I don't know the answer. Well, I do, but I'm not going to tell you. Was it that astounding and wonderful? I hope you enjoyed it, because I did. Okay, now, the best part of the morning. It's time for a cup of coffee. So, I'm just going to bring Colleen to the podium now and say to her, just to remind you of how it's going to work, bearing in mind where the coffee is going to be done, and remember about the handcrafts, because that's the most important, but she's going to tell you all that. Sorry, Colleen.
You all know about handcraft and how you don't go with sticky fingers and touch the lovely products, don't you? Yes, exactly. So if we could start at that end, if you would, when you get up from your tables, push your chairs in so that there's rooms. Out that door, the Camelot room, past the toilets, to your right. Through, up the little ramp, they put a wee ramp. There's hostesses there to guide you. Yes, exactly, Linda. Linda's a hostess. Mary's a hostess. Up the little ramp and then to your right and into the Camelot room. Around the edges of the Camelot room are the handcrafted. In the middle of the Camelot room will be the coffee stations and a piece of biscuit and a cup of coffee, and just keep moving. Okay, so if those tables over that way rise and head off, and let's have a ripple effect rather than a rush effect. So chairs, push your chairs in, ripple effect. Middle people? Yeah. That way. Don't push your chair in. No, don't leave your chair. Wrong way. This way. Yeah. Yep. You have. Yes, thank you. This way. No. Yep, let's go. Let's go. Ripple effect. Ripple effect. North Canterbury. Yep. Yep. That way. North Otago. They've gone.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and check that they're warmer now.
Ah. Yep. North Otago, this table, move through. Oh, fuck. other way. Ladies, please take your seats. Kia ora koutou, good morning, and please take your seats. And we will hit off with, I think the financial report is coming up next, which is gripping stuff. So grab your pens and your papers to take your notes on the financial report, which will be presented by the one and only Adrian Allen, our honorary finance officer. Thank you. Thank you. I'm still waiting for a bit of peace and quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now I feel like I'm at Wimbledon. Quiet, please.
Okay, good morning, ladies. Past national presidents, gold honours recipients, President Jude, my fellow NEC member, and Executive Officer Colleen, and of course our invited guest, Paul Choi. Members, welcome. And also welcome to those or hello to those members that aren't able to be with us today, but may be watching online or may view it later on. So again, I am going to be giving you the financial report. Nothing sexy about numbers, hasn't changed since last year. Okay, but hopefully you've looked at the finances and just going to go through a few things. So here we have our statement of financial performance or profit and loss, our income and our expenses. So first of all, in that little box there, our donations almost doubled. Yay! Okay. So I wonder if anybody can think of why that is. Okay, so end result, we have less of a deficit, trending well, going down. And of course, why is that? The donations were up, national fundraiser, the increased membership split to the national office of 70%, and of course, we've received some grants for projects that we've been doing. So all in all, less of a deficit and a good year for us. Yeah. A breakdown of the donations. Medical research, 5,265. South Pacific Fund, 1,283. Those are what we call our specific donations. Other donations, the high tea, $28,488. So thank you, members. Thank you for that. We also have other donations. Generous donors, $5,000. Closures of 1WI. The funds came to us of $78. And then a number of donations which we are so grateful for from federations, WIs, and individual members of $6,420. So totaling the $46,534, which is the donations that we received this in the 2025 year. So thank you very much for that. The other income that we had was from affiliations, totaling $55,617, adding together those donations that were not specific, so excluding the medical research and the South Pacific Fund of $39,986. Then our investment income, which was slightly down in this area from last year, but still very good results that we're having from our investment income, $103,011. And then, of course, our AGM and souvenirs, $31,946, gives a total of income of $230,560. So now a breakdown of all the other things that are in there, splitting out the office expenses so you can see what that is made up of. Our office expenses are still pretty low since we moved our offices. Those funds, or the expenses, include storage, which we still require for our AGM stuff, and a few other items. The second item, the Woman, Home and Country book, which you'll hear about, or some of you may have seen already. Those were the expenses paid in the 2025 year, and of course the bulk of it has been paid in this current year. Telephone, internet, power, administration, portfolio fees, printing, subscriptions. In the subscriptions, that includes a 50% of our Recollect annual subscription, or the annual hosting. Other than that, all those other expenses are very similar to last year. Still prudent spending, insurance. Legal fees were for us to engage a contractor that helped to prepare our finances. So a lot of you would be aware of Frances, that we contracted, and you would have been in touch with her. Treasures, that's where the legal fees were, and of course bank fees. Our auditing and accounting expenses, the accounting is lower obviously because we've changed the way that we've done things. Our contractor fees in there as well. AGM and souvenirs. NEC expenses. Last year were around 15,000, this year 8,903. So we have worked very smartly, the three of us, with Colleen, our executive officer. As you know, Jess and I work full-time, so our meetings needed to be at the weekend. So Jess and I would do a full week's work. We would fly in on the Friday night, spend the night, we'd wake up early in the morning, get done and start with our meeting from 8:30 in the morning, and we would go through the whole day. We would stop obviously half an hour for lunch, but we would do a full day of our meeting so that we could leave on the Saturday, back home, late, some cases, whatever time the flights that we were able to catch, in order for us to just be spending one night and to get the business that we did done. In between that, we Zoomed monthly and made sure that we kept our meetings to an hour, and we covered one or two items that we needed to do. So we have been very prudent in our working. So yay for us, saving money. So the total expense is 224,860, which leaves a surplus, which, this is if it's an ordinary year. Remember, the same thing I compared last year to an ordinary year, not other expenses included in that, so the book and sometimes recollect, but this year we've included that. Small amount of depreciation for our assets, and of course every 2 years we give a grant. So in the 2025 year was not a grant year, but we did give a donation to our speaker last year, Dame Judy Chapman. Okay. And of course also just reminding you that when it comes to some NEC expenses, when federations, or should I say when Jude visits federations or WIs, they do reimburse her travel. So as well, thank you so much for that support as well. That also helps us keep expenses down. So trends. So there, I've left 2021 from last year that I showed you. Can see how our deficit has gone down. Remembering, of course, that there was COVID, that there was tragedies with our investment that is now looking really good. And so we come to 2025, see the comparison, how our deficit has been going down. Okay. So yes, thank you, ladies. So again, a reminder why. High tea donations and grants when it comes to projects that we've been doing. I thought it would be cool, since there's a facility in Xero now, for us to have little pictures. I thought I'd show you. So remember last year, I said we were about even. Okay, it shows in the graph there. This year, of course, it's showing, so the lighter column is the expenses. So slightly higher because we've had extra expenses, as in we've done a bit of recollect and we've done that part of the book, expenses have come in. But otherwise, that's a good representation of, again, how the expenses have come down drastically. We are trying to be very prudent with our funds as we are efficiently running the national organisation. And of course, what comes with being as part of an organisation that registers with the charity services, we come with obligations there too. And of course, that we have a choice of being audited so that we can apply for grants. It falls on you, ladies, to be able to submit your information to us. So last year, we let you know what we knew would be asked of you from the auditors. Your end of your bank statement. Sorry, the end of the prior year bank statement. Your bank statement for the end of the year showing the balance. Then you're going to be needing, so this is for next year, you're going to need your January 2027 bank statement. Yes, yes. Highest income item and your highest expense item. We knew that. Minutes of your meetings for the whole year. What's in bold is what we weren't aware of and what did come this year from the auditors. We were not prepared, they just asked this, so we were not able to let you ladies know. So a breakdown of the total donations and fundraising income, that is what they have asked from last year's accounts. And a breakdown of total goods and services expenses. They asked that, in addition to other things. And of course, if you are audited, bank confirmation certificate, which hopefully we kind of have got to a grip of. And hopefully the banks as well know what we're asking for when you go to them. But that is what we know will be required. And as always, and as we are finding, the auditors add just a little bit extra. So we're unaware of what they may require for the following year. when it comes to your form. Anybody remember what this was about last year? Okay. Our A plus B minus C equals D. Our collation form that you would have filled in. And remember, it needs to balance. Okay. It needs to balance as our starting point. So we have that form on our website for you to use as collation when it comes to preparing our financial reports for the end of the year. Good idea that it's not just left to one person to check. Like we've encouraged, have many eyes. It is very easy to make mistakes when it comes to figures, transposing them. No matter how many years you work with figures, no matter how many times you look at them, you can still make mistakes. It's always a good idea to have somebody else to check you, and even a third person. Don't leave your treasurers on their own. Okay. So, ideal accounting process for smoother and timely end-of-year accounts preparation. So check your annual data sheet. Your A plus B minus C really does need to equal D. If it doesn't, you can't really go much further. Okay, for us to prepare accounts, if that doesn't balance, we just can't go any further. That really does need to balance. When sending in your documents, keep all your like information in one document. So, for example, your bank statements. Try not to send one bank statement at a time. Okay, so don't send them separately. This is because, remember, you might be one WI or one federation sending in your information, but the person collating it is getting a number of documents, and it makes it just that much easier. Make sure each document is named with your WI and what it is. So, for example, in the subject line, you could have your WI or federation, and your attachments, for example, Waimea WI, year-end 25 form. Obviously, next year it's going to be year-end 26 form. Waimea WI, year-end 25 bank statement 1. A number of you have more than one bank accounts, so that's always handy to label them 1, 2, or 3, however many you have. And if you have term deposits, the same thing. Name them and say it's a term deposit. That is just makes it so much easier for the person collating. Because remember, we're going to be saving these documents, and when the auditors require them or somebody is looking at information, they don't want to have to open so many documents. It's time consuming, okay, to find out what they need to have. And make sure your information is submitted by the deadline, please. It's really hard to keep chasing. Again, it's time consuming, and it takes away from the actual preparation, which is quite involved. As we're seeing, as the years have progressed, it's become more and more complicated to produce our accounts. And again, send in all the documents from our list of requirements. Again, it saves chasing up, and especially if you're audited, the auditors want those documents, then we've got to chase you up. Please send all the information. This year, or from the prior year, the accounts, the auditors gave a list of what they required. Sometimes the third page was little details of the breakdown of those income or the expenses. So please make sure you look at every page that is sent to you, because, again, if that's what they've asked for, they're not going to budge. They're not happy for us to say, oh, sorry, we didn't see that. What they have required is what they're waiting for. Okay. And as I mentioned, the auditors may request something that we haven't mentioned. Sorry, but this is beyond our control. And the same thing with the timing of it. As soon as we know what they require, and as soon as we know who's been audited, we let you know. And you kind of need to act as quick as you can, please, when you're notified. Delays in getting the information to us mean delays in completing the audit, and hence today, which I forgot to mention on my first slide, these are unaudited accounts that I'm presenting today. Our audit is not complete yet. Okay. So as mentioned, we have that form on our website. I'd like to challenge you ladies to be using that possibly in your monthly meetings. You all should be reporting on your finances every month when you get together in your meetings. How about trialing that form, seeing if you can present that? Just to familiarize yourself and to make sure that you're balancing every month, or use it every quarter or every 6 months, so that you're familiar with the format and so that you know that you're balancing as you go through the year. There might come a time where we may require quarterly or 6-monthly reporting to assist us for accounting, but for now, how's about you try and use that form? See if it works well. You might want different breakdowns in your meetings, but for us, we need those headings and the funds separated into those sort of groups. And work together. Work together to make sure the financial information is accessible and correct come reporting time. As we and you are all accountable, and this has become a more complicated requirement. Please support your treasurers. They are doing an amazing job. No longer is it one person out there doing everything for the finances. You need to support them. We need to be having checks in place. We need to be able to have somebody, if there should be somebody going away or there's illness, somebody else can pick that up and give us whatever information we require, especially for audit time. So please work together. Ways to reduce costs. And I've added there, and burden. Those WIs and federations who have substantial funds should register for their own charity services number. We do have a number of federations that do have their own charity services number. This would reduce our overall funds held and work towards less compliance for accounting and auditing. And I know that this has been mooted before. This has been discussed before, getting your own charity services number. So now is the time to act. If you don't like being audited, get your own charity services number. Okay. It makes it simpler for you. You do have your own obligations. You need to do your own accounts and submit them to charity services online, which is what we need to do. But when it comes to overall compliance, there are tiers of overall funds held as to what kind of reporting you need to do. And that makes a huge difference, and that would make a huge difference to our national body as well. And just reminding you, whilst auditing is not a charity services requirement, if we want to apply for grants, a lot of the organisations that supply or have grants available require audited accounts. So that is why we choose to audit our accounts. That is why we chose this year to do the same. We don't want the new committee to come in and not have that same privilege of being able to apply for grants for whatever they are going to want to do. Options. We would always like a little bit more funds. So we see how well that national fundraiser worked. We could have another national fundraising event. Or there could be an annual one that brings in extra funds. We've seen that. A reminder, the same as last year, donations. Possibly you, family members, or people that you know, donate large sums of money to other organisations like St. John's, which go towards their running costs. you could donate to us, to the national body, to help us with our running costs, or perhaps speak to your family members. And a suggestion from the end of last year's conference, all affiliations to come to us, the national body, so 100% instead of the 70% currently. WIs and federations, you have your own ways of having your raffles and events that you bring in income. So how's about thinking that maybe we get the 100% of affiliations to help with our running costs, to keep going, to keep the upkeep of the rent that we pay, telephone, power, whatever it takes to run the national organisation. This could mean that affiliations could stay at $50, which they currently are. Or, if you're not in favour of that, well then possibly affiliations could go up. But that's an option. Okay, so something to think about. So I'd like to move that my finance report is accepted. Can I please have a seconder? Thanks, Mavis. Or Tony. Thanks. Any questions? Yes.
First of all, do we have a microphone? Please, microphone runner.
Oh, sorry, no.
Oh, sorry, but before we have any questions, I was reminded or asked a question. On our financial position, if any of you have looked at it, under non-current liabilities, it says there loans. We haven't borrowed money for anything. What we have done is in the office we have upgraded the telephone so that it is more relevant and more modern. And what happens is in our Spark bill, they show it as something, as essentially a loan that we owe it, and it's deducted or we pay towards it every month. That is what that loan is. So we have not borrowed anything. And it's just the strange, complicated way that Spark have show it in their bill, but that's what that is about. Okay.
Sheila Paul, Waimate. I just, first of all, the Zoom that we had for treasurers was bloody marvellous. Just pointing it out. Thank you so much, Colleen. But the other thing was, you want receipts of your largest. Our largest is a cake stall that we have, and we don't get receipts for that. So I'm just asking, are the minutes of your meeting following the cake stall where you put in what you made, is that considered a receipt?
Okay, very interesting question, and thank you for bringing it up, because we had a meeting last year. Yes. We had a meeting with our accountants and auditors last year to try and streamline and try and understand exactly when they're asking for something and members were producing what they thought was correct, and it wasn't accepted. So in that instance, what I understand from what they're wanting is possibly a piece of paper where you've written down amounts. So when somebody, because we said, well, we're not going to ask our members, if somebody's coming up to buy something at a raffle table or whatever, we're not going to ask you, what is your name, what is your address, what is your contact number? You know, we're not going to be asking those kind of things. So from what I understand, what they're wanting is a list where you just write down amounts, like somebody's come to buy something for $10, $20, whatever, your list. But somebody has totaled that up and has counted the money. So there's a total there, and 2 people have signed off on it, and a date. Okay, that's where the checks come for an auditor. They want 2. They want 2 people to be counting the money and signing off that it's going to be banked. They don't want to have one person that does it.
Okay, 2 people, always a check, and for them then it's confirmation that no, that really happened and yes, it was correct. So thank you for bringing that up. So if you're selling things at a market, at a cake store, whatever, make sure you just have your list where you're jotting down your funds that have come in. There's a total, 2 people are going to sign it off. And what you would do, why?
We get 15 people asking for, I want these cookies and I want that cake, and so the money's coming into a central pot.
Okay.
There's no time to write it down.
Okay. Well, then have your piece of paper, write what it is, you'll mark it at whatever, have a confirmation whether there was advertising that event was on. Just have your piece of paper with a heading of what it was, count the money. Put it in denominations, $100, whatever, $50, $20, count it, total it, 2 signatures and a date. Okay? Yeah. Yeah.
Kia ora, Manawatu Federation.
These ladies.
The question that we're discussing on our table is, because the audit is not an official audit, it's not audited.
Sorry, the accounts.
Do we still vote on that today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
and I go with the last speaker that, and I've been talking to our treasurer here, that you just get 2 signatures on your receipt from 2 different people who've counted the money. It's simple as that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what you need. 2 signatures. That's what they're wanting, that there's a check. Somebody over here? Come here. Oh, sorry. Okay, yep.
Helen Cameron, South Taranaki Federation, Treasurer. When we realised this is what was going to happen, I go, oh gosh, there's another form. So I got our South Taranaki Federation form, flogged it off my newsletter, put it on the top, have the event, ... the date, ... the amount, 2 signatures on the bottom. It's almost a legal document and a date. And then I thought, oh, my institutes are going to need this because they've got to send it in their biggest. So then I created another one, institute, ... Done, save as, simple. And it's got our letterhead on it. So it is a simple document. I may have shared that with a cousin up north who's created her one for her federation. I'm happy to send the ... to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, somebody close by.
Welcome everybody. My name is Janice Phillips and I'm the president of the Tamariri Opua Women's Institute, Bay of Islands, member of Whangarei Federation. I would like to speak briefly about what has become, for most small institutions, an increasingly difficult and discouraging process, auditing and compliance procedures. We are not a large organisation with paid accountants, legal advisors and office staff. We are ordinary women volunteering our time, trying to keep our institute alive, support our communities and quietly do good where we can. Following our first audit, we were advised that if we reduced our balance to under $10,000, we would not need to undergo future auditing. Taking that advice in good faith, we donated surplus funds to worthwhile causes, including charities, emergency services and community organisations. We were pleased to do so because helping others is exactly why many of us belong to Women's Institute in the first place. And yet here we are, now facing our 4th audit. The process itself has been deeply frustrating. Information is requested repeatedly, communication is poor, Forms seem to disappear into the great administrative wilderness. And dealing with both the bank and the auditing company has at times felt like trying to herd cats in an electrical storm. None of our members are accountants, none are lawyers. Most of us simply volunteer to make cups of tea, organise raffles, support our communities and enjoy fellowship, not required to have advanced qualifications in regulatory survival. At times it felt less like community service and more like an endurance event. I honestly marvel that some of our members have not run screaming to the hills, armed only with a calculator and a packet of Calm-U tabs. Darlene carried the burden bravely. I am amazed that she has not taken to competing in whiskey drinking. But what concerns me most is not merely the inconvenience, but the effect this has had on small rural community organisations. The burden becomes so overwhelming that people begin asking themselves whether continuing is worth the stress. That is very sad when these groups contribute enormously to community well-being, charity support, friendship and social connection. We absolutely understand the need for accountability and proper financial responsibility. We support transparency, but there must also be some common sense, proportionality and recognition that small volunteer organisations cannot function as though they are large corporate entities. If the system became so complicated and exhausting that volunteers walk away, then communities will lose far more than a balance sheet could ever measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we do know that it is a burden on members. We do understand that. Unfortunately, with the changes that have gone on beyond our control at Charity Services for what is required and audit requirements, like I said, we choose to audit our accounts because we want to apply for grants, and we have been successful in that for our projects. We do understand what a burden it is on new members. Unfortunately, that is beyond our control. When auditors require what they do, those are the standards that go with auditing accounts. So we do understand and we feel for you members that it is a burden, that it does become tricky. That's why what we encourage you to do is don't leave one person to be doing most of it. Support your treasurers. Have a number of you that have that information on hand that you can help out. But like I say, it is our choice that we get audited, because if we just stay the same as an organisation, we go backwards. Have you ever heard that saying? Yeah. We can't just remain the same, otherwise we will go backwards. We've got to move with the changing times. Unfortunately, that has become complicated when it comes to financial reporting and financial matters. It's not our choosing. Just know that we do understand it is a burden for you, but it is not our choosing. The fact that we choose to be a charitable organisation, yes, that is our choice, and Jude outlined why we are part of the charities services. So again, we understand that it is hard, but that is why I encourage you, get your own charity services number. You don't have to have audited accounts. Yeah.
Mavis Wilkins, Treasurer of McCanterbury Federation. We brought the subject up of getting your federations your own charity services number many years ago. I think there may have been us and perhaps one other federation that did this. We have 7 institutes in our federation. Every institute does a balance sheet, don't they? Federation does a balance sheet, don't you? And it always balances, doesn't it? Okay, so the Federation Treasurer and her helper, whoever it is, my daughter Heidi, we sit down, we collate the 7 institute balance sheets along with the Federation balance sheet, and we submit them to the charities services. Because we're over $10,000 in our finances for the whole Federation, we pay $51.11 a year to file our return. I think we've belonged now for 5 years. We haven't been audited. It's simple. You just file your balance sheet. It takes a little bit to set it up, but once you've got it set up, you just file your figures every year. There's none of this wanting a bank reconciliation. There's none of this wanting, you have to keep record of what comes in and what goes out. True. But you don't have to answer all these high-power questions that these auditors want. You just file your own accounts. And I would like to see many of you get your own charities number. I mean, we're just normal volunteers doing our job for our federation. We're not accountants. I'm a farmer. Woohoo! You know.
Thank you.
We don't want, please. The NEC are volunteers too. We're fortunate that Adrian is an accountant to help us along the way. But if Adrian, somebody else up there wasn't an accountant, they would still be doing the job. So please, ladies, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mavis. Yes, please. Get your own charities number.
Can we do 1 or 2? 8.
If you want to know about getting your own charity services number, contact us. Okay.
Adrian.
Sorry, last one.
I have a very quick question.
Sure.
I'm Kay Hart from Nelson Federation and I'm Treasurer of the Federation. We were audited in the first year and we were required by the auditors to get a bank audit confirmation. We have kept that up. Do we need to keep it up if we're not being audited?
No, you don't.
Because it does cost us $25 a year.
No, contact your bank and tell them you don't need it.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, ladies.
Norma Wilkie, Southern Southern Federation. On your spreadsheet you suggested that we get our own charities number if we have substantial funds. What is the threshold for substantial funds?
You choose. Choose.
Thank you.
If you have funds, get your own charities number. If you don't want to be audited, get your own charities number. Okay, we're not going to tell you what that figure is.
Ladies, I'm very aware of time, and we do have an extra special speaker, Paul Choi, who's going to come and talk to us again about money and how much we got and how it works and all that. And I'm very much aware that it's time for lunch in a minute, and I'm very much aware that possibly people have gone like this. But anyway, may I introduce Paul Choi. Now, Paul is the man who looks after our investments and shares at the Cambridge Partners based here in Christchurch. The NZFWI has a reasonable investment which has enabled us to meet our outgoings and projects over the years. So I'm pleased that Paul has found time to give us a very brief insight, because he's very passionate about his job, into how our portfolio is managed and answer any questions that you may have. Members, please welcome Mr. Paul Choi.
So I've been told to make this brief like a number of times, so I get the message. But first of all, I just thought when the committee invited me to come and speak, firstly, I've never spoken in front of you guys, so I was very excited to do so. But more importantly, when they said that you guys were going to be in Chateau in the Park, I was very keen because this is the exact place I got married. So, and I haven't been here since, so it's been good. And I'm still married. Yeah, so I put together some things that we sometimes discuss at what we call a review meeting or a regular progress meeting. So part of what, good financial advice or just, keeping on top of things is not so much, investments are important, but keeping it aligned to, to your needs. Is that it's still appropriate? Do we need to make changes? We don't make changes for the sake of making changes. We want to make sure that it is relevant. So that's the part of the reason that we catch up on a regular basis. So if you could, yeah, awesome. There we go. So I've been with Cambridge Partners for over coming up 7 years now, and before that I was at the private bank for BNZ Private Bank as a private banker, doing similar things. I just want to echo a little bit about what Adrian said without taking too much time, because these regulations and stuff are not just isolated to you guys, and we completely get the frustration, We live in a highly over-the-top regulated environment, and it's become a black and white situation where there isn't any sort of, in a way, a bit of common sense applied, and you guys will get the full repercussions if you not comply, and hence why I think Adrian had kind of stressed that it's not, and please don't, because I work with about a dozen charitable organisations and incorporated societies. Don't let this be the friction, because you guys are on the same team. It is frustrating. There are some, technological advances that's coming on. There's all this AI and stuff that's coming in to make our life, easier and effortless. But we are a little bit wee while until they can think for themselves, and I don't know whether we want them to think for themselves. Just a bit of disclaimer, because as I said, there's a bit of we are in a regulated environment. I do need to stress, and again, you probably will know that this isn't a personalised advice to you guys, so don't take what I said and bring it into your own financial situation. I don't know what your situation's like. I don't know what your retirement planning is, so therefore you can't just kind of copy and paste that into this. Just kind of take the concepts of it, and if you need any questions about your financial situation, I've got some business cards, and I'm sure that I'm happy to answer it. Another thing is that we're going to be talking about numbers, and numbers are always sexy when it's positive. I'm very happy to kind of, without spoiling things, we've had really good couple of years of how things with investments and things. But I just wanted to put some context into why some of the reasons behind that. So I wanted to start off with basically what we're trying to do. So if you can see the charts there, you'll see the two lines. So it started, so I had to have a starting point, and I went as far as I could go into sort of how far I can go into. So that was around December 18. So the funds that were invested with us were about the 600K mark. And the reason that this was set up was to help provide some sort of a investment vehicle to help compensate for the rent that you had to pay on an ongoing basis. So and at the same time, when it was set up, the nature of the portfolio wasn't that it was to outperform as much as like a balanced portfolio. It was relatively on a conservative end. And that's really normal, again, for societies and organisations, especially because you're fiduciaries, and the committees are fiduciary. They need to make sure that they are doing the best that they can for the members. And so traditionally, that's why people keep things into term deposits and things like that, because it feels prudent. However, the reason that Women's Institute engaged with us was that sometimes prudency and conservatism isn't aligned. Prudent doesn't mean conservative. So it was just kind of working with us to make sure that we strike the right balance between what you need, what sort of return that you need to generate in order for this to get the objective that you need, but also not be expose yourself to too much risk. But when we're talking about risk in this sense, it's more like range of outcomes, because if you're not putting things into the bank, it can go up, but it can go down. So so it's just making sure that the timing of the cash flow, all of that kind of makes sense. So that's what we've been doing. And as you see over time, you can see that kind of like a straight line, navy line is the amount of money that was invested. And you can see in sort of June or September 21 that there was a chunk from a term deposit maturity that was added to the portfolio. And then you'll see that and then the orange line is the actual valuation, and I kind of did this thing where I just valued every month what it would look like, and as you can see, it looks a little bit more up and down when it comes to that. But the important thing is that over time, what you want to see is that the gap between the amount invested and the amount or net invested, liquidated that company, you could buy New Zealand, every publicly listed company in New Zealand, like 25, 30 times over, and have money left over, That's how big US is when it comes to capital markets. Now, China, they do produce a lot of things, and there's a when you think about GDP-wise, but they're very regulated capital markets, so they actually only represent a small amount there. So you tend to not have as much in there. So that's why that when things move and things happen in the US or something that's involving in the US, you seem to see your investments, including your KiwiSaver balances, might kind of jump up and down. So I've kind of put together this because what we've been going through, so a lot of the times with clients, what people say is this, oh no, there's another war going on, or like, oh, what shall we do? There's all these things that people worry about, and naturally that makes sense because we hate uncertainty, right? So, you think, okay, so what should we do? Should we be more conservative? Should we get out of that altogether, put it into term deposit? So people tend to try to make decisions on events that's already occurred or that's in the brink of happening. It's too late. You can't do anything about it. It's already priced in. The access to information is instant. You see news before it hits the newspapers or even news sites, right? You get social media, like they're streaming things online saying, look what's happening, and you don't know what's fake or real. But regardless, information gets processed way faster than it used to be. So you can't rely on information, especially news, because news is biased, right? You don't hear good news. Good news doesn't sell. So already there's biases in there. So as I said to you, I urge you, when you hear these things, uncertainty happens, people do make decisions, unfortunately, because not so much because of, uncertainty. It's just more like they didn't plan right. They didn't realize they were going to buy a house 6 months later, and they put it into a growth fund, and basically it's gone down by 10%, and they're worried because the settlements at the end of the month, for example. I just put something in there. So the reason I put this in is because, we think of Iran as something that's like, oh gosh, this time is different, but there's always things happening around the world. So I put there, around 2019, there was a Brexit, and there was this upheaval around why they should or they shouldn't, and then there's this whole, and I feel like that was the start of this divide of the world. We all came together, and it was all about globalization, free trade, and then most of the people got prosperous, and then we started being like, oh, that's not fair, I want this, or, and then this way, and then I guess, COVID was a big thing, and then I kind of try to align it so that you can see that dip was that COVID dip there. Yeah. COVID was, I think of it like a bouncy ball. By the time we went down and everyone was kind of trying to grasp what was happening and whether we're going to all kind of be wiped out because of this virus, by the time we found out that we were going to be okay, the investments caught up to it really fast. So by August time, it was back to where it was. Another interesting thing, so a lot of the times people thought that the biggest thing was these sort of big events, like COVID or wars and things like that. actually it was not really, it was kind of, but not really. The biggest driver of negative return, especially for more conservative portfolios, were the interest rates. So what happened was that all over the world, we were all in a lockdown in various forms and others. Some were more compliant than others, but basically you think about the economy around the world was all on life support, and the only way to kind of get through that period was just to print and pump money into the economy, right? So some countries did it to put it into businesses or business owners. Some people did it into households. It didn't really matter how it was, as long as money was pumped into it. That was a very good short-term measure to counter that. The problem is that once you start printing money and giving money, it's very hard to stop. It's a very hard thing. So, and so what happened was that I think, again, it's easy to say in hindsight, but what happened is that, when you put unproductive money into the system or into the economy, prices will start going up. And so there was huge inflation across everywhere. And so the only way, not the only way, but the main way that central banks counter that is to raise interest rates, put your country into recession, right? It's sad because you know that there's people that had been negatively affected by it, but that's sort of the only way that they can do it, more or less, because interest rates, if you put it up, it's going to discourage investments. It's going to encourage people to put money into the banks rather than putting into the capital market or borrowing money to invest into businesses and things, because costs of borrowing has gone up. So it's literally tightening the economy, and while we didn't like it, it kind of had to happen. You could get like 20. You could continue on with returns that are, say, 5-6%, but if your inflation's like 20%, or if you don't have your currency under control, your money's gonna erode away with inflation. So I just put that in there because it wasn't just New Zealand government that did, the Reserve Bank. The US Fed had also done that. Everyone kind of went down to sort of really close to 0%, all the way to sort of like that 5% mark. So that's when people had suddenly seen these term deposits gone back up to about 5-6%, and been very, very happy, and thought this would be sort of the norm, forgetting that it will always go down at some point, and it had been dying for a few years. We also had this thing of cryptocurrency. I'm not sure whether you guys had any chance to have your hands on it, but it was a very weird thing that was hyped up. Again, another thing with humans, that we love to find trends and fads and things that might give us a quick money, fast, effortless outcome. But we know that usually never lasts. So another thing on top of that, I don't know whether you even ventured into NFTs. So NFTs was a digital artwork that people paid crazy amounts of money because that was your unique digital code that no one else could have, which is crazy because you can just copy and paste it. But it's just, but people get like sort of attracted to these things, and in my mind, it's kind of like if someone said, "Hey, I need to lose some weight." 9 out of 10 people would try to Google how to lose weight fast and without effort, right? No one goes, how do we, in a disciplined approach, slow but good results. No one does that. So just as a side note there. Then we had the Ukraine war, which is still going on. So there's people who've been waiting and saying, oh, okay, I was about to invest, but gosh, we can't go into, this is the first time that a major country, political power had gone into and invaded a country, forgetting that, rightly or wrongly, US did it with Iraq. I mean, we see it from a Western world, but to them it was an invasion, so it had happened, but in a different sort of side. But again, what I'm trying to sort of emphasize there is that it did happen. Markets went down because of things like oil and things like that. But if you've been waiting for that to be over, you're still sitting on that in cash, getting very low interest rates. So, and then this thing with AI popped up. I don't know whether you have now used ChatGPT, there's Copilot, there's Claude, there's Grok by Tesla, and then there's the one from China, I can't remember, but I try to stay away from that because I'm not sure what they're monitoring, but it's just this crazy innovation, and it was a huge disruption, and people, again, kind of focus on the negative because it's like, oh gosh, like how can like this thing be more smarter than us? You know, you look at those movies like Terminator and all that kind of stuff and thinking, you know, things like that. So yeah, it's disrupted every businesses, but actually in a really good way because it's created efficiency and productivity and things like that. Yes, there are going to be some roles that are going to be made no longer relevant, but so did when computers came in and typewriters, you know, refused to upskill. So it's just one of those things where be cautious. Don't just kind of do it without actually understanding it, but you know, at some point it would be good for you guys to sort of embrace how that can help, even within your organization or personal life. I know now I Google things, and sometimes I Google, you know, like medical conditions because I want to self-diagnose, you know, what I have before I go to the doctors. But what you find now is that you actually don't go and click into like the websites because you're staying at the Google because they ask you, what else do you want to ask? And then they ask everything for you and suggesting things for you. So now you're going to think about those websites and the advertisers that are trying to buy those spaces. So again, it's going to be, it's disrupted. It's not even it's disrupted, and it's just going to take time to see how it works. But I am always a positive person, so I think that we're going to hopefully use it more for positive reasons. But as you know, you know, cheaters will be cheaters, so they'll find ways to exploit anything. So, and I'll just quickly go on that. So there's Trump, Mr. Trump there. You never avoid seeing his face, and I guess this presentation, he's there as well. Oh, sorry, have I seen? Yeah, so there's a few times Trump's gone in, and then you got the you know, various things here. Sorry, I can't really see the. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry, not Trump. There was Mr. Luxon, and so a little bit less here. Yeah, and then I put the Liberation Day. So 2nd of April, 2025. This is when Trump held this big sign with all these, you know, countries and how much tariffs they're going to pay because, you know, US is being scammed and being ripped off. So, and then the share markets plunged for like 2 days, right? And so it went back up. And now, if you look at sort of even the chart that you have, like your portfolio or the organization's portfolio is very conservative. So again, only a portion of it goes into the capital market, but you can still see that it's actually been positive over the last sort of 1 to 2 years. Even 3 years. So I'll just quickly jump to this because I feel like I am going well over time. So I've just done 12 months and a 3-year return. So perhaps I might just show you the 3 year. So if you look at the 3 year, the right-hand table, the great thing about investment portfolios is actually you can value it. You try to say, hey, what was my house worth 3 years ago? You can kind of have an inkling. Oh, yeah, well, I ran this, you know, IVAL or, you know, the government valuation, you know, the rates came out as this. You actually don't know until you sell it. And actually, you don't even know. So you don't even have a beginning price and an end price. So if you've got a rental property, how do you actually like measure progress? Because you don't have a starting point. You don't have an end point. All you have is net rent. So, and a big hope that this one asset is going to provide you with the retirement that you need. So, whereas, say, like an investment portfolio, the downside of it is that you see all the ups and downs, but it's priced every single day. It's the most accurate indicator of, you know, of your value of your investments. Again, it's the price you pay is basically seeing the price every day in every movement. But if you look back 3 years ago, the portfolio was worth, in this instance, valued at $4,000. So if that was round up, we know that it will be rough, very close to that number there. Over that period of time, the 91,000 had been withdrawn. And if you keep going down, the transfer in and out, don't worry about that. They're basically if you had held investments elsewhere and you bring it in, but that never happened, so it's fine. Realised gain and losses and unrealised gain and losses. So when you think about your rental property, you can either sell or not sell. So all the gain on that capital is all unrealised until it's sold. And then when you get the money, that unrealised gain becomes realised gain. With portfolios, with the rental property, you can't just sell a toilet and sell this bathroom or sell this piece of land. You generally can't. You can only sell or not sell. With the investment portfolio, you can actually sell things when you need the money. So over time, what will happen is that realised gain is that when we're able to actually sell some of the investments that was invested and to realise some cash, and because we bought it at this price and sold it at this price, so there's a realised gain of $25,000, but most of the times the gain will lie in the unrealised gain, because until you wind up the portfolio, it's always going to sit there, because that's the value that we know, a lot more accurate value than a property, as I said, because you don't know what that price is, but here we do. So we kind of know, okay, well, if you sold everything today, it's going to be about 115 higher than what you paid for. Then you could look at the income section. So income is, as I said, like a rent. If you look at your investment property, your rent, this is the rent you collect. So this is the income that's been made by that capital investment. So over there, what you'll see is that there's about $86,000 or $87,000, or actually 88, that was made in was income, or deemed income. The confusing thing is that sometimes this is not taxable income too. So there's all these, so this is just basically your underlying investments are invested in companies that are paying dividends or interest like when you're investing in bonds, there's a thing called coupons. So these are actual distributions that's been made. So you'll see that there's been a good amount coming through over the last 3 years. And then there's the fees. So the tax, the reason that that's this really small amount there over the 3-year period, that's kind of like the unavoidable tax. There's sometimes when we're investing in overseas, there are some tax that can't be recouped or they exempt because of cross-border jurisdiction, like differences. And then the fees are basically most of it will be our advice fees, but inside there is some platform fees too, because one of the things that you do, and I think it's law, regulation, is that when you invest, and say the institute invests money to us, you don't write a check to us to put into our account. It has to be held in a third-party custodian. So our custodian that we use is FNZ. That's actually the same custodian that we used when I was at BNZ Private Bank. So if you're thinking about like credit risk or like sort of liquidity risk for the money that's been held in there, we use, even though we are much smaller than the bank, we use the same custodians, right? So the money that you invest and held in the custodian is, even if you invest it in the bank, doesn't follow bank rules. It's not guaranteed under the deposit guarantee scheme or anything like that, because it's a separate arrangement. But anyway, that's all inclusive of that. And the reason that it's the value or the period is from the 21st of May is that I know that you guys report calendar year, but you'd be surprised how different it is yet, even which 12 months to choose. And I didn't want to be like just choose the best return. So usually what I do is I just make the latest 12 months and the latest 3 months or things like that, just so that you can see what's been happening, because again, it does change. I think I might just conclude there. This was okay. So I think this is kind of important to show what we're trying to do. So you've got a starting balance here. We know that there's a regular withdrawal about 13,000 or 13,500 per annum. If you look at that blue line, is our projection in terms of what we think. If you just stick to that amount each year, that what we see is that we see a net real growth over time. So it doesn't look like it's going up exponentially or very high, but what it is showing is that if it's higher than flat, it means that it's doing better than inflation, essentially. So, and the objective that we have actually is inflation. So what we're trying to do over time was that we just did try to go up a little bit to invest a little bit in the growth end, because we did feel that over the just overall, you guys have, your strength of the financials are good, your cash flows are good, so there was some room to go up a little bit. So we've gone to 40-60, and that's been really fruitful in terms of, if we didn't, I don't think we'd be sitting here with the numbers that we have today. That orange line that's kind of sloping down is if you there's a projection if you did put money just in the term deposit. So what you're seeing there is erosion of capital with inflation, because we've put in a 2% inflation expectation into that. So again, this is why we work together and catch up and try to make sure that at some point that might make sense to go up more or down, or just stay the same. So as I said, we don't just try to change things willy-nilly. We don't get paid more because we encourage you to trade more and things like that. So that's why we're a little bit different to like the old sort of brokers that you might have, investing for you. Is that we don't get that, we don't get paid by that. So we have less conflict of interest when it comes to investment decisions. Cool. Yep. So was that brief or no? Yeah. Sorry about. Yeah, so,
lunch is ready.
yeah.
I was going to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for updating us and educating you ladies. So you're now financial experts. After that information, thank you so much for sharing how things work, and just to give us a bit more perspective on how it may affect us. I know that all the printing of money that happened here in New Zealand, that businesses and people took advantage of, we're now seeing or reaping the sad rewards of it with when we see businesses closing and stuff. It is still affecting us. So that's unfortunate. But thank you so much for giving us an overview, and just so that Paul shows us how we have been prudent with our money and investing it, that money that's taken out every year pays our rent. So just a reminder of that. Otherwise, our money stays in there, and we're very happy that it's kept growing. So thank you so much, Paul, for coming to talk to us today and sharing a bit of your financial information with us, so we are a bit more educated on that, and so that you can know, ladies, what's happening with the investments that we've had for a number of years. So thank you so much.
It's time for lunch, as I've been casually... Joe said, lunch! So I haven't got a bell to ring. Could we just stand and say grace, please? Everybody take it steady. Watch the blood pressure. We thank thee, Father, for thy care. Food, friends, and kindliness we share. May we forever mindful be of home and country and of their. Bon appetit. We've got to be back here what time? If you'd like to be seated by 1:10, all right? Because we've got a speaker coming at that time. All right, thank you. Breathe. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, ladies. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Did you enjoy lunch? Thank you for your cooperation and just taking your time. Nobody rushing. There was enough for everybody. Oh, Sheila. Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Next time, be first in the queue and you'll be lovely. Righto. Okay. Medical research. We're very, very fortunate. I've got this, to get my notes. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to our meeting not only the General Manager of the Ovarian Cancer Foundation New Zealand, Liz Pennington, but also, we have somebody who's going to actually talk to us about her research that we have contributed the Medical Scholarship Fund of $15,000. Okay? So we're really delighted that both of them have come. I don't know how they're going to do it. They might tag it. They may put things up on there. It's whatever. Because I'm just not ready for this, but there you go. So thank you very much. Please can I welcome Liz and Alicia from the Ovarian Cancer Foundation New Zealand. Thank you.
Well done.
You can do your stuff.
All right, I get to do my stuff now. That's fantastic. All right. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Dr. Alicia Didsbury. I'm a scientist at the University of Auckland and a trustee for the Ovarian Cancer Foundation. And I'm so delighted that I managed to come today. I didn't think I was going to be able to, so it's been a bit of a surprise for the organisers. Thank you. I thought I was going to be overseas, but it turns out I'm not, so that's very nice for me. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of background on who I am, why I'm here, what I'm doing, how I've been involved in Ovarian Cancer Foundation, and weaved within that is going to be a little bit of the research that I'm doing, the research that you guys have so generously funded. And then I'm going to hand it over to Liz, and Liz will really talk about our foundation and what we're trying to achieve. And hopefully my slides are... Where do I push this? All right, here we go. All right, now, so I'm a scientist. What that means is that I study cells, and in particular, I study white blood cells and cancer cells and how they interact together. And that's really broad, and that can mean a lot of different things. So what I always like to do is show this video. Now, this video really encompasses what I'm trying to achieve in terms of my research. So you can see that purple thing there. That is actually a white blood cell. It's a white blood cell called a lymphocyte. And then those other lines of things here, do I have a pointer? I do. There we go. These things here, and over here on the side, and hopefully I'm not getting anyone in the eyes, those things, those are cancer cells, okay? And so this is a video of a lymphocyte with the cancer cells. And let me show you what will happen. So you can see that these T cells are crawling all over the cancer. The cancer looks ugly, the T cells look beautiful. And they're coming and they're crawling, and then what happens, and I'm sorry you guys can't, oh you can see, great. You can see that these cancer cells hate it, okay? They're turning inside out, they're lifting up off that plate, and they're basically dying. And what's happened is that these T cells have gone on top of the cancer and they've killed it, all right? And this is what we call cancer immunotherapy. And this is what I've spent almost 20 years studying and trying to harness as a therapeutic against cancer. But But why? Why do I care? Why am I even doing this? Why do I spend so much of my time in a dark lab with no windows looking at these cells? This is, I guess, part of my story. So I come from a very loving family. That's my mum and dad there. My mum's from Singapore, and she met my dad in Singapore, and then they came home to have a family. And so we were born in New Zealand. When I was 21, my dad was diagnosed with cancer. This is some time ago now, so we don't know what sort of cancer it was. But within 8 months, he died, and he was only 48. So that's the same age I am now. For me, that was, I mean, obviously that's a huge thing to lose a parent when you're just starting out in adulthood. And so I decided, I was working in insurance and I had a really nice life, you know, doing fun things, but I decided that actually I was going to quit my job, much to my mum's consternation, and go to university and try and see if I could use my brain to actually work through some of these issues. There was so much I didn't understand about cancer at the time, and I wanted to know more, but I also wanted to try and contribute. So that's what I did, and while I was studying, I came across a video very much like the one I just showed you. And for me, that completely changed how I viewed cancer research, because suddenly this wasn't just a drug that you're putting in the body, this was something of our own, our immune system, that we could somehow harness some of the time to try and fight cancer. So that's what I've spent basically my life studying. So I spent a lot of time in a lab looking at coloured bits of liquid like this and looking at cells, and eventually I got my PhD. Now, as I was getting my PhD, and I thought I was very clever, let me just say, you know, like I'd spent a lot of time studying and I thought I knew pretty much everything there was to know about cancer. And actually, just as I was graduating, I got a call from my husband's auntie, and we were very close. And she said, Alicia, do you know what it means to have a high CA125? And I said, no, I actually don't, but I'll look it up. That's fine, you know. I'm smart. I can look things up. So I looked it up, and it turns out a high CA125 means ovarian cancer. And I said, well, you know, with all my wonderful knowledge, don't worry, that's fine. I will find you the cutting-edge solutions for ovarian cancer. I will find you a clinical trial. I will find something for you. And I started looking, and there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing happening in New Zealand, so I thought, okay, New Zealand, I'll look overseas. Even overseas, there was barely anything in terms of clinical trials. And there was really nothing for my auntie. And so after a couple of years of sort of, you know, progressing, she passed away. But for me, it really opened up this whole, like, I thought I knew a lot about cancer and I thought that we had it in hand. Immunotherapy was coming on the scene, everything was doing so well. But there's this other cancer that nobody talked about, nobody knew anything about, and there was really nothing available for us. So I decided that I would pivot my research and figure out a way to solve this problem, because for me, this was huge. This was a massive gap that we were missing. And whether that was smart or not, I think in terms of career, probably not so much, because it turns out nobody wants to fund ovarian cancer research, unfortunately. It's not as cool as some of the other big ones. And so it was really difficult for me to get traction in my research program. And for those of you who know about how our research goes, we are entirely dependent on funding. So basically, if I don't get funding, I have no job. And so it was pretty tough. So I you know, did some other odds and ends jobs, and I decided, well, if I can't research at this, then what I will do is I will reach out to some of the charities and, you know, do some fundraising or something so that I at least feel like I'm contributing. So I reached out to Jane Ludeman, who some of you may have heard of. She's the founder of Ovarian Cancer Foundation. And I said to her, hey, sorry, I can't do any research, but, you know, can I do some fundraising for you? And she said, no, but you can come and join my board. So that's what I ended up doing. It was a little bit eyes wide shut sort of scenario. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. But I very, very happily joined the board and have been with Ovarian Cancer Foundation ever since. So really, this is me now. I'm obviously a trustee for Ovarian Cancer Foundation, and I have two main bodies of research. One is dealing with those cells, like I was showing you, and part of that has actually been trying to integrate research with the healthcare system so that we have pathways to take the work that we're doing in the lab and bring it out into the clinic, which is not a small thing to be trying to achieve. But my real research now is within ovarian cancer. So this picture here is actually a picture of an ovarian cancer tumour. And I mean, you know, not that you can see too much of it, but basically this is what we do. We light it up with all sorts of pretty things and then try and figure out what's going on within the tumour. I am also very heavily involved in the International Society for Cell and Gene Therapy. I have a beautiful family and a very supportive husband, which is fortunate. And I like to grow dahlias. So there you go, that's pretty much all. These are the main things, right? So that's me. And what I want to talk to you about now, and don't worry, I'm not really going to go through all of this right now, is a little bit on the project that you guys have helped to support. So I don't know how many of you guys know about some of the treatments with ovarian cancer. So something that's just come through in the last sort of 5 years is something called a PARP inhibitor. Now, these work really well for certain types of ovarian cancer. Okay, so it's only a certain subset, and it's only when that particular cancer has a set of mutations. And that set of mutations means that the cancer can no longer repair DNA. Okay? And the inhibitor that is part of the treatment stops any extra repair pathways and it kills the tumour. Works amazingly where you have patients who have this set of mutations. Now, everywhere else in the world, this drug is funded alongside a companion test which tests for whether or not your patient has these mutations, except for New Zealand. And I know you guys all knew that that's what I was going to say, right? So in New Zealand, PARP inhibitors are accessible for all comers. And that means that every single woman who has ovarian cancer, who has high-grade serous ovarian cancer, and then responds to her initial chemotherapy, has the option of going on these drugs. Now, like I said, these drugs work amazingly if you have those mutations. If you don't have those mutations, then what that means is that if you progress on that drug, you have a much, much worse cancer. Okay, it means that suddenly you're not going to respond to any more chemotherapy. You're at risk of developing secondary tumours as well. And that's just completely aside of the normal side effects that go along with some of these drugs. You know, these drugs are toxic, right? So how we test for it is a genomics test. And that means that they take some of the tumour and then they take out the DNA and then they sequence it and look at it and try and work out whether or not the patient has these mutations. It's expensive and it's slow. Okay, everywhere else in the world does this test, and you have to meet that test to be able to get this drug. We do not have that test. And at the moment, some patients are paying for it themselves and they're sending it over to Australia. It costs about $3,500 if you get it done in Australia. If you can't access the Australian one, which some people can't, then it's going to cost you $6,000 to get it done in the US. Now that's a huge amount of money, right? And that is to find out whether or not this drug is actually going to work for you. So, of course, what most patients do is they take the drug anyway. Okay, so they take it and then they wait and see if it's going to work for them or not. So that means that at some point, if they're progressing on it, our oncologists don't know whether to pull the drug or not. So it's a real issue for how we do our care. And because we're not really very good at doing genomics in a way that's reliable and cheap, I've been thinking a little bit about how I can use the work that I do to try and come up with a different test that will be cheaper and easier. Great idea, always difficult in practice. This is some of the clinical trial just showing that if you have this mutation, you respond to the drug. But what I've been doing is what's called an immunohistochemistry, and all that means is we take the tissue and we stain it with a whole heap of different fluorescent antibodies to try and pull out things that we want to see. Because it turns out that we can see when these tumours are mutated or not, and we can see that type of mutation that aligns with whether or not we respond to this drug. So that is what you guys are supporting. That's what I'm trying to get going. We're in the process of developing this assay at the moment. It's sometimes good, sometimes not so good. It's going to take some time to get it fully functional. But the idea is that we will integrate this with the pathology lab in Auckland to get it going and standard of care for any woman with high-grade serous. And then once that has been piloted, then we're going to roll that out for the rest of the country. I work with a team of amazing scientists and medical oncologists who are supporting all of the work that I do. I don't spend that much time in the lab anymore, but my team do a lot of it. And then we also have some international collaboration. So this gentleman here is Professor Charlie Gooley from the University of Edinburgh, and he runs one of the biggest ovarian cancer research centres as well as medical labs in the world, and he has partnered with us to help us make sure that we do this right. Because obviously it's all well and good me saying I'm going to make up this test and it's going to be really cool, but actually we need to make sure that we tick all the right boxes and that it's validated and accredited how it needs to be. So that's what I'm doing. That's what you lovely people are supporting, and I honestly can't thank you enough. It means so much to me and to my team that, you know, this is a bit of a passion project. We've been doing this out of the odds and ends of other funds, and so to have something dedicated to it is really making a huge difference, not just to us, but once we roll this out, it'll be a huge difference to the women who are going to be able to have informed decisions for their treatment. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you all, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I'm going to hand over to our wonderful CE, Liz, and she's going to speak to you a little bit about the work that we've been doing following up from our State of Ovarian Cancer report that we launched in Parliament in February. So thank you, everyone.
Tēnā koutou katoa, na mihi nui kia koutou. So kia ora everybody. What an amazing venue, and I'm just excited to see how many of you there are. Wahoo, that is pretty amazing. So thank you to Colleen for the invitation to us. We're so grateful for it, and just acknowledgement to those seated beside us here on the stage. So my name's Liz, I'm a breast cancer survivor, so that's my claim to fame in the cancer space. And I was diagnosed after a mammogram in 2021. And my involvement with the Ovarian Cancer Foundation came about for two reasons, two very good women actually. And the first was that I was the CE at Rural Women New Zealand at the time, living in Wellington, which is how Colleen and I knew each other. And I'd gone to an International Women's Breakfast at Parliament, and Jane Ludeman, who founded the charity, was speaking at that breakfast. And she told her story of diagnosis, her story of presenting to her GP multiple times, never sent for any testing, and then ultimately a diagnosis in emergency department that indicated to her that she had ovarian cancer, and she was 32 years old. Alongside that, I had a very good friend that I went to school with called Gayleen, who was called Gayleen Kepka, and she was very stylish and totally gorgeous. I always used to say when I'd go to visit that it was like the Beverly Hillbillies coming to Hollywood, because I'd probably be in track pants and probably a swan dry, and maybe red bands. And she would be in high heels, and she was, you know, her skin was flawless, and she just looked utterly gorgeous. And Gayleen had breast cancer in her 30s, and in 2010 I got remarried and Gayleen collapsed at our wedding, which is why I remember it so clearly. And they thought she had kidney stones, but Gayleen had ovarian cancer. And what we didn't know at the time was that she carried the BRCA gene mutation, which is part of what Alicia was referencing. And so there was a likelihood that she would get ovarian cancer, and that there might have been some options for treatment that then weren't available. And sadly, Gayleen died 5 years later. Now, before Gayleen died, she made me promise her that I would do some things. The first was that she said to me that her experience of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer couldn't have been any more different than her experience of breast cancer, because it was so lonely, because she never got to meet another woman with ovarian cancer, and because there were no support services for her at all. So she spent a lot of time on Google, which can be terrifying, you know, with what you can read and hear there. And so she said to me, I want you to promise me that you will make sure that there are support services for people like me, and I want to make sure that women can talk to other women, because there's nothing more that you want than to talk to somebody else who's been there too. So I made that commitment to her. I then went to this event, heard Jane speak. I think the whole of us in the row were sitting there howling. And I had Nikki Kay this side of me and Jan Tennity that side of me, and of course we lost Nikki to breast cancer. And then I think Jan also had breast cancer, I had breast cancer. So anyway, we ended up kind of in that position, as many women are, and so came away and thought I need to do something. So Jane had run an ad on Seek, so I applied, as did Alicia and as did Alan here from Christchurch, and the three of us, like the three little musketeers that we were, or not so little, joined Jane to help support, all on a voluntary basis, to help support the work that she was doing. So that's my backstory. My why is about honouring two pretty amazing women, one of whom has sadly passed, but one of whom is very much alive and doing very well. So just begin by acknowledging that. So in February this year, we launched the State of Ovarian Cancer report in Parliament, and we chose to do that because what was incredibly important was that this disease should have visibility. Just because it's about gynecological things and it's about women's health shouldn't mean that it doesn't get its time in the sun and the attention that it richly deserves. Now the young woman here is Ruby Smith. Ruby came from Paihia in the Bay of Islands. This photo was taken in the middle of December last year, and Ruby was to come with us to speak at Parliament about her lived experience. And Ruby died on Waitangi Day, the week of our launch, and instead of being at Parliament with us, it was her funeral. And so I just acknowledge the third woman for us, and that is Ruby and her darling family. So she's part of our why. So we spent time last year, we asked women with ovarian cancer, what's your experience been, what matters to you? And we kept that voice front and centre. Women had some things to say. Their experiences with GPs were variable. Some women had a great experience, one woman described their GP as a rock star, couldn't have been better. Others talked about an experience of feeling that they were dismissed. One woman shared with us her experience of being told by her GP that she just needed to go home and have a jolly good poo. And so there were a raft of experiences that people had. Many women talked to us about the fact they didn't know anything much about ovarian cancer. They knew they had two of them, as in ovaries, but they didn't know much more than that. When it came to thinking about what the symptoms were again, they weren't too sure. So we did the survey with women, we did the survey with general practitioners, and we did a survey with members of the public. And that was illuminating and really confirmed for us the things that we already knew. So if we look here at the stats, they are Sobering indeed. So when we look at the numbers and we see just over 300 women diagnosed a year, you might look at that and say, well, that's a relatively low number. And it is if you compare it to prostate cancer at 4,000 people approximately a year, breast at 3,500 people approximately a year, and bowel at 3,000. But if we compare the 5-year survival rates, then it's a very different picture. Prostate cancer 5-year survival rate is about 95%. Breast cancer, or for people like myself, anywhere from 87 to 91%. Bowel cancer 66%. Ovarian cancer 42.8%. No, they are not the same. So cervical cancer is an entirely different thing to ovarian cancer, and the cervical screening program does not test for ovarian cancer. It has nothing to do with it. That misunderstanding, which is held by many, many New Zealanders, can mean that women think that they're okay because their smear result was all right, when in actual fact, their smear result has nothing to do with whether they've got ovarian cancer or not. So, hello. Shall we just have a chat, you and me? Come up here, come up here. No, good questions. So there isn't a screening tool currently for ovarian cancer. And for that reason, knowing the symptoms and knowing that your smear doesn't test for it become absolutely critical. Because when you spot those differences and you know your body best, get a spot when things are different, then you know to go and be seen, and you also know what to ask for. That's the work we're really trying to do in this space. So they're good questions. So we've got those numbers of 306 women. We know that 30% of women die in that first year. What concerns me as a nurse is that nearly half of those women are diagnosed in emergency department. Now that's really, really high. And if we think about that, you and I would all know, would emergency department be the place we'd choose to go? Probably not. Not unless we really, really were pretty miserable or sore or, in distress. It wouldn't be our first pick, would it? So the fact that nearly half of the diagnoses are done there says something, does it not? Now, if we look across the Tasman to our Australian cousins, their diagnosis rate in emergency department varies from state to state because they divide their country up in a slightly different way to how we do things here. So their rate is 21%. To about 28 in the states that have the highest, but nothing like our near 50%. So that tells us that something is being done a bit differently in Australia that is seeing diagnosis happening early. And why do we want early diagnosis? Because it gives an opportunity for greater treatment options when caught early. We know that if we're diagnosed in emergency department in a hospital, then it's more likely that we might have disease progression and we might be diagnosed at stage 3 or 4 because our disease has advanced. Now that's not desirable for lots of reasons, but you can imagine if you've presented multiple times, you haven't got any answers, you haven't been sent for testing, and now at the same time as you find out what is wrong with you, you're also told that you've got a life-limiting outcome. That's a bitter pill to swallow at that time. And we think also about just the centrality of women and mothers to families and the space that's left not only in that generation but those that follow. It's a large hole that's left. So those are the stats. The stats are alarming and they are part of the impetus for why we've released the report and why we're calling on all women to stand beside us as we gather the army that is needed to call for change and to call for greater focus and investment into ovarian cancer. A little bit of information again for you around early diagnosis and why it matters. There are symptoms. Some people will say, oh, it's a symptomless disease, and I would say that that's not correct. There are symptoms. They vary from woman to woman, and it can be that they might appear to be other things initially. It might be that a woman initially tells us they thought it was irritable bowel, or that they thought it was endometriosis, or they thought she had ovarian cysts. But where those symptoms are persisting, then we would expect that there be some further testing and some support for that woman to try and ascertain what it is that's happening for her. In the report, there were key themes that stood out, and you can get a full copy of our report off our website, and you can watch the launch that happened in Parliament if you want to. It takes about 50 minutes to watch it, but you'll hear people speaking, including the lovely Alicia, talking about research, Erin talking about her experience of having ovarian cancer, Malcolm talking about his wife, Ali talking about her role as patron and the experience of her daughter Jane, and then myself. I'm probably the more boring of that great lineup, but I'm just yabbering on a bit about the work that we did around the surveys and what the stats reveal. What we can see here, just a few standouts I would say to you is there are signs and symptoms, and we need women to know what they are. We need to know what those are. And we each have a role in promoting awareness for our own families to try and ensure that we can do something about it. We need younger women to know that the cervical screening program does not test for other gynecological cancers, including ovarian cancer. We need young women to know that the HPV vaccine does not mean they can't get ovarian cancer. And we need the older amongst us to recognise that just because we're older doesn't mean that we can't get ovarian cancer. Whilst ovarian cancer's got 30 subtypes, so it's not one disease, there are a whole raft of types. And the reality is in that space that the average age is 65. So where you are sitting there and you're thinking about, is this relevant to me? Yes, it is. So when we're older and we're experiencing those signs, we too need to be heading off and getting checked for that very reason. The big data gap is that we do not have a register. We've got one for breast cancer in New Zealand, and it's administered by the Breast Cancer Foundation, but we do not have a register for ovarian cancer. At the moment, the data that we collect is when we're diagnosed. So say it's me in an A&E or accident and emergency, it might record Liz Pennington diagnosed with high-grade serous stage 3. Then latterly, somewhere there'll be some mortality data recorded about Liz Pennington died of ovarian cancer, primary, and the following secondary cancers, if that's the case. But in between that initial collection and that end collection, we don't collect anything. Because there's no register, there's no anything. So what that means is that if you're looking for a pathway, you're looking to see what treatments and what's working and what the options are, or if you're a researcher like Alicia who's looking at all that information to say, well, look at that group, they're doing really well, what's happening there, what could we be doing research-wise, or for clinicians to be referring to, there isn't a register. So the absence of a register is a huge issue. What would it cost? $2 million is the answer to that. Would cost $2 million, that's what the Cancer Control Agency have told us because we've asked. Would cost $2 million to set up and establish a register, and it would cost $150,000 a year to manage it, and that would be IT costs for the infrastructure but also a part-time person. So the lack of data is a really significant problem for us. So the work that we do as a foundation is really across those 4 pillars, if you like, or kind of like the foundations of the house. We provide support services. So my friend Gayleen, I'm sure, is smiling down at this very moment because we have online support groups. We fundraise for all of those. We offer one-on-one counselling for women and we pay for that. and we offer rongoa Māori as well. And we are just about to start this year because we've received a grant, family support services. So none of those services existed a few years ago. They're all new. And then we do our advocacy work, so that's like turning up at Parliament, writing reports, flying down to speak with you all today, writing posters, creating wallet cards, everything that we can think of. We've just been on digi-screens and all the GP practices, you know, the TV kind of looking screens, 91 general practices. We're on community billboards. We will go anywhere where people will listen to us pretty much, within reason. Alicia's feeling nervous, I can tell already, feeling the vibration. Put some limits on that, Liz, please. And then the awareness work, as I said, alongside the advocacy, and then the research. So we are 100% community supported. We don't receive any funding from government at all, so we fundraise for every single thing that we do. This year, in terms of research, we will make available 2 $80,000 grants for research. We will make available 2 $10,000 travel grants for researchers overseas, to travel overseas, and we will do 4 professional development grants. So we invest in the research, we provide the support services for women, and then we do the awareness and advocacy work calling for change. So that's what we do. We all work from home offices. We're, as a staff team, there's 5 of us, or 3 FTE. Then we have some people who provide some contracted services for us to help add to that, and then lovely people like Alicia who offer their time as a volunteer. So we're very fortunate, and I think we could reasonably say that we punch well above our weight, you know, in terms of what we're doing. Actions that transform outcomes, just a bit of a summary there. These are in the back of the report. These are the 8 things that need to happen to make change. So we're calling on you today to look at those 8 and think about what you would be able to do to support us as an individual or as a collective when you think about those 8. Top of the list, we have got to do something about that emergency diagnosis rate. It is just far too high. So we need women to know that the cervical screening does not test for ovarian cancer, and we need women, when they are diagnosed, to have access to ultrasounds, because women need to go and have a CA125 blood test, and they need to have an ultrasound scan. The GP feedback in our survey was that the single biggest issue delaying diagnosis was access to ultrasound. Was the hardest thing for them to get. Many women described their specialists telling them to pay for it and go private because the public system was too slow. Now we know that that means that some of us could do that, but some of us could not, right? You know, so there are issues of equity here. And then you'll see, you know, access to, we need more funding for research. We need access to clinical trials, because that's what leads to future treatment pathways. At the moment, there's only access to 5 in New Zealand, but there's 44 across the Tasman. So again, just another example of women struggling to get access to the things that they need. We want women involved in service design and decision making. If you've got lived experience of ovarian cancer, then you've got something to say. And we believe that women should be listened to. We have lived experience advisory groups within the foundation, and they guide us and offer advice to us on what we should and shouldn't be doing. And that's an incredibly important part of what we do. We need more research. We need more medicines. So we have had some of our medicines, we've had 3 new medicines funded in the last 6 years, olaparib, bevacizumab and niraparib are the 3. Big mouthfuls, I know. I had to practice those. But we've got another one that's on the list that's been there for about over 12 years. So when medicines are approved by MedSafe, they go across to Pharmac, and Pharmac maintain an options for investment list, but you've got to get those approved to get over the line. And so we're calling on the lethality of this disease to be taken into account in the decision-making of Pharmac. So that's us really. Those are the actions, what change would look like. You can click in and have a look at our report. And then this is just a lovely quote from Ruby. Living with ovarian cancer has given me a deep understanding of how isolating and overwhelming this journey can be. I've seen firsthand that while research is essential, so too is the need for practical, compassionate support that helps women feel seen and guided through every stage. Being part of this group, so she's referencing there the Lived Experience Advisory Group, is about helping shape that change, bringing real experiences to the table so that no woman feels unheard or left behind. So our warm thanks for listening to us today.
On behalf of the Women's Institute, I would just like to thank you, Lizzie and Alicia, for coming to speak to us today. And I don't know how many people in the room truly knew what went on with her ovarian cancer, on the facts that they're not funded. But I, for one, didn't really know anything until Colleen showed us the book and told us about it. It was really eye-opening to hear about people's personal stories. I particularly remember reading Ruby's story and learning that she had passed away not long after. But I just want to say that even though she wasn't there, her spirit would have been with you during the Parliament, and I just want to thank you.
Lots of hugs. Need it. Mealing, let's do mealing. Right. Lots of food for thought. Shocking, really, isn't it? Hang fire, one moment. Is it important?
It's a good question. So we had Minister Gregg, who's the Minister for Women, also spoke alongside us, and subsequent to that we had some ministers, everybody was invited, but we did have some in the room, and subsequent to that we were invited to speak to the Health Select Committee, which Alicia and I have done. We've met with Minister Brown, Minister Simeon Brown, the Health Minister. We've also met with Dr Ayesha Varel, with Brooke Van Velden, Todd Stevenson. So we've basically been working our way through each of the parties requesting meetings, particularly with those. So we have 2 more coming up with Te Pāti Māori and also the Green Party next month. And we've also met with the Ministry for Women and with the Cancer Control Agency, and we're continuing a steady timetable of meetings to follow up on the actions. And I'm flying to Wellington every month for 2 days, and we're booking meetings into each of those 2 days so that we keep our foot firmly on the accelerator pedal. What I'm asking here is that if you are able to read the report, and in particular the actions, the women who have lived experience are very clear what is needed. They need to be listened to. And it isn't rocket science. We know what needs to be done. It just needs the doing. So my hope would be that in an election year, there is more of a receptive ear to us than there might be in other times in terms of advocating for women and saying, it's time. Yeah, so kia ora everyone. Thank you.
We're going to have the Mealing Estate Trust. Would you like to do that? Are the live trustees sorted for the Mealing? Would you like to come up and Jessie will present? Are you coming up now, or Avis, are you coming? So Jessie will just give a brief report, and we have the privilege of having two life trustees that are going to give another little bit of a report. So thank you very much. It's not yet. Don't know yet. Mealing Estate down there, look. Just can you see it there? There's the clicker there by the all right.
Okay. I've been given some notes to read this slow and like people want to hear. I know we've just had lunch and people feel like they're going to get tired. So humour me and pretend that you're listening. Listen, let's see. It's my great pleasure to present the 2025 Mealing Report today. Before I delve into the updates, I'd like to acknowledge our dedicated committee, our chairperson Jude Vaughan, our life trustees Ava Rishworth, Faye Leonard and Judy Cathcart, along with Mavis Wilkins, Shona Preddy and Hazel Dudzinski. Over the past year, our committee has met once via Zoom. While we may have been separated by screens, it was truly rewarding and a productive time, our focus remaining exactly where it should be, supporting the incredible individuals in our WI family as they pursue opportunities that enrich their skills, their passions, and their wider communities. Thank you to the members who donated to the Mealing Estate. In 2025, the donations totaled $550. There was also, the total income was $6,858. But of that, 6,308 was investments. To show the real world impact of the generosity, I'd like to highlight two wonderful success stories from the past year. First, we were delighted to provide a $300 grant to Diane Lithgow from Durham, WI, North Taranaki. This support allowed Diane to pay for some of her classes at the American Needle Guild seminar. It was a wonderful opportunity. It was a wonderful opportunity for her to expand her artistry that we're so pleased that she is bringing to those specialised skills to refresh knowledge back home to share with us. Diane has sent us an update on her experience, which I'd like to share on her behalf. In July, Diane headed to the seminar for a very busy 6 days. Her time was split between 5 days of intensive classes and a final day dedicated to socialising and exploring the exhibits. Her first project was a 15-centimetre piece called the Lanyard, which she finished shortly after returning home, and was by Kathy Reeds, who did a class in 2024. Her second class was to create Jarvis the Jellyfish, a project Diane says was loads of fun to stitch. Even in a very full class, she made great progress. When she discovered a few misplaced stitches, her tutor, Curdy Diggs, gave her the best advice: just put some beads on it and remember, it's a jellyfish moving in the sea. Diane is currently finishing the tentacles and plans to complete the head next term. Her third project is a piece of French art by Canadian tutor Lauren Salt. This one is currently a work in progress as she finishes restitching the centre. Looking ahead, Diane plans to turn her two Mardi Gras themed pieces into project bags. However, Jarvis the Jellyfish will be framed. as she is currently taking an online class to complete a companion piece called Sullivan the Seahorse. Diane would like to extend her sincere thanks to the Mealing Estate Trust for the additional funds that allowed her to attend the classes. She looks forward to showing everyone the finished projects soon, which are also in the art room, the handcraft room near the window for everybody to look at.
Don't touch.
Oh yes, like the other artworks. Don't touch, please. Our next recipient is Harper Knowles. We're also proud to share the success story that embodies the very spirit of the Mealing Estate Trust. We recently awarded 623 grant to Harper, granddaughter of Elaine Knowles, to attend the 3-day New Zealand Salsa Congress. This support continues our tradition of encouraging the diverse artistic talents for our members' families. Harper has been a rising star in the Latin dance community, and her dedication is evident in the competitive record, which inspires a tragedy of growth. Following this extensional run, Harper reached a new principal at the New Zealand Latin Dance Competitions in Auckland, where she has received a remarkable feat of placing both second and third in her categories. Most recently, Harper spent 3 days in high energy at the NZ Salsa Congress in Wellington. The following video showcases her hard work as she prepares for her next major competitions, which there's a video that she has sent us in.
Pájaro lindo de la madrugada. Pájaro canta, que tú cantas tan bonito. Ay, yo escuchándote cantar me inspiro y canto contigo. Pero canta, 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 canta para mí. Ahora sí que estoy contento, estoy como yo quería, escuchando tu cantar bonito, lo digo el día, eso es una bendición para la vida mía. Canta melodía con su armonía y zum, ba, ba, que zum, ba, ba, pájaro lindo de la madrugada. Pájaro lindo de la madrugada. Pájaro canta, que tú cantas tan bonito.
Before I hand the microphone over, I just want to introduce our two presenters. First is Avis to present the new nominations for the Estate Trust, and Faye to talk about the handcraft workshop that we've been working on.
Thank you, Jess. As many of you know, this trust was set up through the generosity of Mr. and Mrs. Cecil Mealing, who lived in Auckland, and bequeathed their home to the New Zealand Federation of CWI on their death, and it became our property in 1977. They were both devoted to the arts and crafts and were very involved in music, belonging to several orchestras, and Mrs. Mealing wrote and directed plays for the local drama groups. The National Executive and the Mealing Estate Trustees are grateful for your donations towards this trust, and please do remember that these funds are available to you as an individual, a WI or a federation. Members or family members can make an application for money to do a course on either handcraft, drama or music. We encourage you to take this opportunity to apply, as this is what the Mealing Trust is all about. A Mealing Estate Trust was formed to administer these funds. Life trustees were appointed, being Mrs. Anne Valiant. She was replaced by past National President, Mrs. Avada Howie, and now past NEC member, Mrs. Judy Cathcart. Past National President, Mrs. Ishbel Glass, was replaced by NEC member, Mrs. Margaret Marnie, and now past National President, Mrs. Faye Leonard. And Mrs. Bev Gully has been replaced by myself, past National President Avis. On behalf of the Life members, Faye, Judy and myself, I wish to advise the AGM there have been 3 nominations accepted for the 2027-2028 year. I move that Hazel Doguski and Shona Preddy for their second term, and past National President, not quite, Jude Vaughan for her first term. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Mavis. Thank you.
National President Jude and members. Mr and Mrs Mealing hosted residential courses to allow members to spend time away from home and learn traditional skills and crafts. This legacy has continued with the Mealing Estate Trust Committee upholding the original concept of providing educational opportunities to members of the WI. At last year's AGM in Hamilton, the NEC arranged several workshops at no cost to members. Those who stayed thoroughly enjoyed the classes, and as a result, the NEC and the Mealing Estate trustees are determined to promote these workshops in our regions. One idea is that the AGM agenda could be condensed to cover the business necessary to meet our constitutional obligations, so that the next day could have various workshops. Members would pay a nominal fee to attend what classes are on offer, and those members not interested could leave and go home. The idea of extending the AGM by a day certainly is favourable. However, this extra day will have an impact on the cost of the AGM venue hire to the National Federation. If this is viable, then we need to decide how often this would be held, taking into consideration that AGMs alternate between North and South Island. Whatever the decision, the length of time for the classes would be required to be at least long enough for members to go home with a completed article. Another idea could be a residential retreat over a day or two, and could be hosted by a federation with a suitable venue, local tutors sourced, and the local WI members catering. This could be a fundraiser for a federation or a WI. Many regions and federations hold their own workshops to encourage members to enter the national handcraft competitions. Tutors are found locally or are WI members who are prepared to share their skills. They either apply for funding or members pay a cost to attend. All workshops are encouraged by the Mealing Estate, and you will find the criteria and applications on the NZFWI website. We want to encourage learning and sharing of skills, not forgetting the traditional skills like patchwork, cooking, knitting and flower arranging. There are some members who would be more interested in these classes than handcraft. This is all about future choices. If you attend an AGM, stay on to complete a handcraft, or work with your federation to host a national WI workshop. in your region and make application to the Mearling Estate Trust for funds. NEC and the Mearling Estate trustees encourage you to take up the challenge. A weekend enjoying a new handcraft sounds like fun, doesn't it? We have given you a plan today with choices. So let's get out there and build upon these ideas. Thank you, Jess.
Something to think about? Something positive? New ideas? Great. I'm going to ask Jess now to do, because Adrian's done lots of talking, and Jesse's going to do lots of talking now. But this is about the Barbara Wood Memorial Trust report. Go for it, Jesse.
Is it? Oh.
Loading?
Yep. Oh, hello, I'm back. It is a true joy to stand here today, both as a trustee and as someone who passionately believes in the magic that happens when we back local people at the grassroots levels. On behalf of the chairperson, Jude Vaughan, along with my fellow trustee, lone trustee, Adrian Allen, and myself, I want to share the immense pride we feel in stewarding the Barbara Wood Memorial Trust. It is a privilege to do this mahi together. On behalf of the WI, and let me tell you, it was a work that absolutely filled our hearts with the hope for the future. When Jude, Adrian, and I sat down to review the applications for 2025, our goal was clear. We were going to look for the special spark, drive, and real leadership potential right at the heart of the local communities. This year, the sheer calibre of talent we reviewed was awe-inspiring, with every single applicant reflecting an incredible story of hope, determination, and community spirit. Selecting the final names was an incredibly tough task, but it was always a beautiful reminder of the phenomenal talent thriving out there. Out of all those wonderful applicants, 7 incredible young wahine truly shone. We were absolutely thrilled to have awarded each of them a $1,000 scholarship to supercharge their journeys. While they are busy with their studies and cannot be here with us today, their achievements gave us so much more reason to celebrate. They represent the bright, unstoppable future for our communities, and their names deserve to be spoken with pride. The names are Ashley Brumby, Brian Taylor, Tari Marie Matai, Renee Matheson, Lizzie McKinsey, Sade Karako, and Hannah Ross Evans. Whether they are safely welcoming new life into the world, championing health and well-being, or driving powerful social change, these women embody what it means to lift others up. They are going to carry the generosity, nurturing spirit of the WI into every hospital, ward, clinic, and community space they touch. In addition to celebrating their success, I have 3 important updates I would like to share with everybody. Brianne Taylor wrote in and said she had the privilege of working within the rural community, supporting both private and district nursing patients. This experience allowed her to develop skills in highly specialised areas and has equipped Brianne with a very valuable skill set as she moves forward to future practice. Hannah Ross Evans said, Hannah is currently enrolled in a double major in human performance science and sport development and coaching, maintaining A and B grades across her papers. Beyond academics, she is thoroughly enjoying university life. She has joined the University of Waikato rowing team, serve on their committee and play football. The highlight of her time at university so far has been the overall experience, as every aspect has been incredibly rewarding. The happiest University of Waikato student is what she's got it. Ashley Brumby, this year of study she has been of profound learning and transformation. As a third-year student midwife, Ashley has had the privilege of walking alongside many women and their whānau throughout pregnancy, labour, birth, and sometimes loss. Academically, this year pushed her in many ways. She worked hard and was proud to achieve grades ranging from A++ to B+, reflecting both the challenges and the growth that came within. Ashley still has 2 exams to complete in January, and she is grateful to have been given the time and space needed to finish these assignments to the best of her ability. We are so incredibly proud to stand behind them. These scholarships are so much more than the financial aid. They are a profound vote and confidence in the thousands of lives these women will go on to inspire and heal. Your ongoing legacy and belief in this trust are what make this life-changing work possible. These 7 women scholarships, the heart of the WI beats stronger than ever. Thank you for your wonderful support, and please join me in a warm round of applause to celebrate our 2025 recipients.
It's interesting, just holding up a bit of paper and going like this, that 2 women leap up from their seats. This is the raffle draw. And whilst they prepare and bring out the prizes, I can tell you that the Barbara Wood and the Mealing Estate financial reports are both on the members' web page under the 105th AGM. They're in amongst those papers. So click on that and up will come the report. And it will show you it's a simple report. It's a cash balance report because they are both under $10,000 income. Mavis talked about paying $51 to lodge a report at Charity Services. Because these 2 trusts don't have more than $10,000 income, then they are free to lodge with Charity Services. If you go onto the Charity Services website, you can look up any charitable organisation. You can look up us, the NZW FWI, you can look up the Mealing Estate, you can look up the Barbara Wood, you can look up your local, whatever, embroidery guild, if it's a registered charity. So all that detail is on the website of Charity Services, and it's on our website. Okay, the first lot of raffles. There are raffles tomorrow. They'll be there tomorrow morning, the crack of dawn. In fact, before dawn. It's so slow here down in Christchurch. So, are we ready? Are we set? Shall we go? Right, the first one to come up is Annette Thompson. Come up, choose, go back. Annette Thompson, is she here? Is she not here? Annette Thompson is coming, thank you. Here's Annette, moving in. The second one is Jan Cleland. I love it the way you'll go, oh. Jan Cleland coming up for the second one. The third one is Dawn L. I'm assuming it's Dawn Leader. Is that what you put on it, Dawn? Dawn L? Dawn L. She's the third choice giver. Fourth is Julie Wells. Julie Wells, come up and get your prize. Dawn leader, Julie Wells. The fifth one, Diane N. I don't know who Diane N is. Who's Diane N? Diane N, is that what you put on it, Diane? Okay, that'll be you. Diane Newman. And the sixth one is Heather Halewood. Oh. And the seventh one is Daphne -- Holly. So I guess it's Daphne Sinclair Holly. Yes, Diane and Heather Halewood. And here comes Daphne Sinclair Holly. And the eighth one is Vicky Galbraith. And the ninth one is Mavis Wilkins. Jack up. She only bought it to get some cash into the kitty. The 10th one, Christine Baird. Christine Baird, get up here. The 11th one is Cheryl Bell. Cheryl Bell, where are you? There you go. This number 11, Cheryl Bell. Number 12 is Chris King. There you go, Chris King. Chris King's coming up behind you. She's behind you. Okay, number 13, Alison, PBW. Alison, PBW. Come on up, or somebody. Send a runner. Here comes Mary. Good job. This is number 13. Number 14 is Norma Wilkie. Norma Wilkie. Number 15, Shona P. That's a lucky corner. Number 16 is Liz Proffin. Liz who? Liz somebody. Number 17 is Shona P. Yeah. Mary. Liz. Shona. Number 18 is Margaret Ellen Ray. Number 19 is Alison, PBW. Don't take so long next time, Mary. Number 19 is Alison, PBW. Number 20 is Margaret Crow. Margaret Crow's coming up behind you. Number 20. 20 behind you. Number 21, Mari Dalzell. Oh. Get up here, Mari Dalzell. Number 22. Number 22 is Catherine Hopkinson. Auntie Kath. Get up here, Auntie Kath. And the last, Mari Dalzell, Catherine Hopkinson. Catherine Hopkinson's coming. And the last one, Bernadette Stenhouse. While you're on your feet, Mari. Thank you for your patience.
We have two subjects for discussions. I hope you've had an opportunity to have a read. Subjects for discussions are that there's no voting, there's just constructive, well-versed, eloquent, timely discussion. All right? So I'm opening the door to all you drama students out there. You can practice. Ready for this evening. Ararangi, West Coast, are you okay? Are you ready to went? One moment, I'm just going to read the timings. Thank you, Chris. The timing for the presentations, which everybody knows by heart. The mover gives is 4 minutes. We're going to have a timer and a ting. We're going to have a seconder, which we don't need because it's a sub. Oh, yes. Are you going to, Pararo, are you seconding? Can you do that? Can you throw your 5 eggs in? 6 eggs, really. But that's the inflation, isn't it? Right, okay. Speakers, those that would like to contribute to the discussion, you have 2 minutes to make your point. Otherwise, you will have a ting and you have to sit down. Be aware that the hostesses will be bringing a microphone to you. And if you speak over 2 minutes, the microphone will be taken away from you. After we've exhausted the subject for discussion, there will be a right of reply. Now, because there is no remits, the amendment you can forget about, all right? The members are to present and speak to the subject of discussion, but you're only allowed to make one speech. So in 2 minutes, you have to be eloquent and say it as what you would like to hear. That's bad English, like what? Ararangi, would you like to start, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this discussion on introducing pro rata annual fees for new members. This proposal is simple. When a woman joins partway through the year, she pays only for the portion of the calendar year that she will belong. Existing members continue to pay the full annual subscription and nothing changes for them. Our financial year runs from January to December, so any fee structure must align with that. If we were to start the pro rata system at any other point in the year, we would effectively create a second financial tier that does not match our financial reporting. That would add complexity to create confusion for institutes and make the national reconciliation harder. Keeping everything tied to a calendar year is the only clean, transparent option. Under the proposed structure, new members would pay based on the $50 currently. If you joined in January, you'd pay 100% of that $50 fee. If you joined between April and June, you would pay 75% of that fee, meaning $37.50. If you join in July to September, you would pay 50% of that fee, being $25, and between October to December would be 25% at $12.50. These amounts are proportional, easy to explain, and fully aligned with our financial year. Why does this matter? Because fairness matters. A woman joining in October receives only 3 months of membership. Asking her to pay the same as someone who has 12 months is a barrier to joining. If she decides to wait until next year, life happens, circumstances change, and we run the real risk of losing her altogether. That is a missed opportunity for her and for us. Pro rata removes that hesitation. It makes joining feel reasonable at any point in the year, which supports growth, especially for small institutes. And finally, keeping pro rata for new members only protects our income base and avoids any suggestion that existing members could delay payment to access a reduced rate. In short, this approach is fair, financially aligned, transparent and supportive of membership growth across the country. It ensures that every woman who wants to join us can do so on terms that are fair and welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Please could I ask Parua to do your seconding, please? Thank you, Judy.
Hi, Judy Wood, President of Paroa Institute. I'd like to second Ayarangi's motion. Thank you.
Having said that, it is now open for discussion. Judith Hermaine wants to speak, even though but she could make herself heard. It was meant with love. It's true.
Hermine from Glenavi, WI. To me, this is great nonsense because I find new members should be feeling welcome. My new members can come any time in the year. They stay for free till our next SUP is coming up, which is in February. They join everything. The only thing they can't do is entering federation competition or national competition. But for the rest, they join us, they go to the half-yearly AGM, whatever they want. I want them to feel comfortable, and then they can decide if they want to stay or not.
Anything else anybody wants to say? Brave? Nobody wants to creep out of the woodwork? Only Adrian. And you know what she's going to say, don't you? Okay, Adrian Allen, Financial Officer.
Hello, ladies. Thank you, Ararangi, for proposing that. It seems like a reasonable option. However, at national level, as you see from our finances, we don't really want to be having part fees during the year. So I would suggest that in your WIs or your federations, if that's what you're wanting to do and you would like to subsidise new members, go ahead. So that is your option. If that's what you feel you're wanting to do, take that as an option that you subsidise those new members. But as far as national goes, as you can see from our finances, we really can't afford to be having part fees during the year. We want the full fee. Thank you.
I just asked Chris to give the right of reply.
Thanks, Adrian. I understand that, and I know you need the money. That's not what this is really about. It's about, well, it is about getting some money, but it's getting some money that's better than getting no money for halfway through the year. That's the main thing.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. So you can do it in-house if you feel that you've got some members that you want to grab hold of. You can be kind and friendly and welcome and do like Hermaine says and really get them and then get them on the committee and then they have to pay. It's an option. The National Executive Committee have put together a question to ask you as the members sitting in the hall. Do you want to perform competitively at an annual general meeting in either a music or drama category? Potentially, this has been one of the highlights of any AGM over the years. I'm just talking off the cuff here. I will be gratefully told that I'm talking a load of rot. But there used to be a lot of choirs, didn't there? And it was wonderful. I didn't have the privilege of being here. I know that it was highly fought as a competition. We have amongst us an adjudicator who used to travel the country and adjudicate the many people that put forward their skits or their plays or whatever was set, so that she sorted the wheat from the chaff. Is that correct? Is that what you say? But it ended up that the meeting had entertainment that was at a competitive level. And music and drama have always had a backbone within the WI. Social Half Hour was always part of the WI programme. It gave people confidence to get up and speak. It gave them a chance to perform in their comfort because you always had a frustrated violinist or certainly someone who could sing or a poet. It has always been part of a thing. But it's no good us doing something to say, every second year, we're going to do music. Every third year, we're going to do drama. Because if you're not going to support it, then it's a bit null and void. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who have put their name forward to entertain us tonight. And I hasten to ask that Janice didn't have to adjudicate. Can I have, I haven't got a right, no, just so, come on, what do you think? There is no right or wrong, it's just a discussion. Yes, Leanne. Leanne. Ladies, Leone Trenbarth, the Gold Honours, a wonderful thespian.
That's put me off for a start. I've been a member of the Hillsborough Heathcote Choir for years, and we've performed a lot of times over the years. We've had an awful lot of fun, and I think if the choirs and entertainers, I mean, I've been anything from a pregnant woman to a prostitute to in some of the plays and things that we've done on stage, but and we've had an awful lot of fun with it. You don't have to be professional. You don't have, though. It might help in time, but yeah, I think having the competition is a good thing.
Thank you, Leone. Thank you. Judith, I know it's you running. Could you have a... It's all right. Well, we don't want them to get shorter, though, do we?
They couldn't get much shorter. Right.
Kia ora, Mary Tipene Walker, Kairanga Upaki WI Manawatu Federation. I'm going to be one of your entertainers tonight. And I would rather it be a social occasion because that's where the fun is. Because once competition comes into play, you have to have judges. You have to have, you know, there will be some people in this gathering that could do the job. But it's another part of what we're all gathered here for today and tomorrow. So I would prefer it to be a social occasion because I'm hoping that I do entertain you this evening. And I hope you got my microphone organised, Colleen. She sent out a message to say, ask, what did we need? And so I gave her all my information. I'm bringing along some other bits and pieces later this evening. So enjoy tonight at the entertainment because I'm sure there will be a vast variety of performers, entertainers, even comedians this evening. And that's what it's all about. We've just got to let our hair down. But apparently, are we dressing up for Hollywood or just the performers?
Can do.
That'll be a sight to see, wouldn't it? So I'll see you all this evening, my, ladies and gentlemen.
So dress-ups tonight. Did you hear? Dress-ups tonight. Clothes, again, is vital for the Wednesday, but if you want to still dress up or whatever, but dress-up is tonight. Oh. I think there'll be a quick flash down to the $2 shop or whatever it is for a bit of twink. Thank you. Vicky. Hold on, no, it's Vicky. Vicky's here.
Me or?
Just hang on a moment, because Vicky wants to speak.
Vicky Maia, Kaitoki WI, Whanganui area. I think from memory that the entertainment nights that we had where there was a lot of choirs coming to one area that was quite expensive, was supported by the Mealing Estate. Would that still be
When was the last
available?
time we did it? But I think...
Because I think
Adrian would say that potentially there might be some money, but not all money.
Yeah, because I think that's possibly, it's more the expense, particularly if it's choirs, trying to get a whole heap of people.
Have a smaller choir. hang on, Judith. Lynn Ratt.
How did you know my name? Lynn Ratt Waimati Federation from Hunter Institute. A sum total of 6 members. So we're on to entertaining tonight. We are lucky though, we have a playwright within our institute and she writes us our skits and stuff. And we really enjoy this angle of it. You know, we probably might not do it, although Annette's very good at finding us stuff to do as well. We quite like the competitions, but you have some trophies, I think.
Yeah.
So there's one for the winner, and then there's one for the best act or actress or whatever it is. Performer's the word. You could probably still give out that performer one, even if you weren't.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a competition.
You
I think
have
it's great fun. It was
viewer's
lovely here.
choice.
It's good fun. It's well, there you go. Yeah. I think it's great having everybody entertain. You know, to have that opportunity. And I think how many were there? Were there 7 of us doing it? Is that right? Well done, everybody. That's great.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Good
I
job.
think we should. Your idea too was a good one, I think. But we do like a theme. We, in particular, like having a theme. It makes us easier to choose what we do.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't think it matters about singing. I mean, we're still singing. It'd be lovely to hear Maddie tonight, I reckon.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether we're doing a skit or
No.
it's a single poem or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you.
Helen Cameron, South Taranaki Federation, a recipient when I was in the Kapuni Ladies Choir. Twice we won it. And oh, what days they were. It was a lot of running around if you were a delegate as well as a choir, because you slept in 2 different beds over a period of 3 nights because you had to go to where the choirs were going, on the other side of town, to where we were sleeping. Those days were marvellous, and the tension and the nervousness. And I still remember a couple of ladies helping me quickly get to the loo a minute and a half before we were about to go on. But I hadn't long had a baby, so, you know, when a girl got to go, a girl got to go. But it's like our previous speaker said, it's really the fun times and the entertainments, the extra costs. South Taranaki have done the drama as well, mainly when it was in the North Island, because you've only got a bus and you can't really get a bed in a bus unless you're really innovative. But it's that team spirit, and I still remember our lovely late Fiona, who was doing the cowboy dancing in Timaru, and we haven't got her this year, but her red coat and her dancing, and they loved it. Right. And I think that's what it's all together. All
Thank
for
you.
one and one for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So potentially, we have this opportunity to have some sort of entertainment. Waimati, hang on, Waimati, I expect most of you do when you have a federation event. They have on their agenda a skit or a performance from WIs. It's just expected. So when you go to Waimati, you're going to be entertained, usually after lunch. And I have seen some incredible skits and stories and roaring with laughter and people dressing up and being a complete fool. But hey, it's great. No, Mrs. Ratt, I'm not talking about you. Mrs. Harrison, Janice.
Hi, I'm from Whangarei Federation, from the Whangarei Institute. We didn't get the memo about dressing up for tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, but the thing is that if you were, you could just give it a go. Wear your clothes back to front. I mean, that's almost what...
I was dressing...
Almost... I'm not going to say...
tomorrow night, not
I'm not
tonight.
going to say like the Met Gala, where people are wearing very little. I don't know whether you want to take that up as a challenge, but please remind us
Yes, Jude. But anyhow, going back to the discussion.
Thank goodness for good foundation wear. And I won't tell you about the story when I was at South Otago. And I was sitting on this with this table of beautiful ladies, all of shape, sizes, and great. And when you sit down at a table and you don't really know anybody, you have to break the ice, don't you? So I do. So I was thinking about, what's happening to me recently? I said, it's really difficult to buy a good bra. And these ladies looked at me and said, the national president is talking about underwear. I said, well, it is. You get so used to a very comfortable bra and then you have to go and get a new one. And it's like a major exercise, isn't it? Because gone are the days of the little bra, trainer bra. You now need some hell of a lot of scaffolding to keep everything up. Sorry, I digress. There you are. I'm the entertainment. So there you are. If I can get it off the cuff, I'm damn sure we can do something here. Janice, have you finished?
No,
moaning?
I haven't. I've been a member for 51 years, and I don't know how many years I've been to conference. But over the years, the membership has aged, and I think that puts a lot of us off, and we're not as mobile.
Look, we're among friends. We're all age. I mean, look at this. I mean, before I took this on, I was brown,
And
I
also,
hear you. I
it's
hear
the
you.
cost. We're
I know.
Whangarei, and we've got financial, but it is a cost, and we're also a lot smaller.
Yeah.
We used, when I first joined, we had 36 institutes.
Yeah, I know. We're
We're
all the
now
same.
down to 4.
Yeah.
So I think the entertainment has to reflect too.
I think potentially, I think that we will have a hardcore of some sort of entertainment, whether or not but you get asked to come and do something. How frequent it is, again, depends on Suzanne and her new committee. But potentially, I think it's a wonderful leveller and it's a wonderful way that we can enjoy each other's company. And we are not laughing at anyone, we are laughing together. So on that note, I am now going to ask, Colleen's been writing, although she said I should be watching the YouTube. And she'll cut all this bit out anyway. But I'm going to ask Colleen to come and give the National Office report. Thank you.
Okay, tēnā koutou katoa. This is my Hollywood night, Mayor. Jude, thanks for giving the opportunity to give the National Office report for 2025. I had one for 2024, but Jude forgot to ask me to present it. So I'll read the same one. Once again, the work started in early January after annual leave over the Christmas and New Year period, beginning with the WIs and federations entering their financial data for the Consolidated Performance Report. Most information was entered without too many errors, and those errors which did occur were easily solved. We worked with Findex, our accountants, to ensure the 2024 closing balances matched the 2025 opening balances. This was not always the case, so further investigations were needed to ascertain which figure was correct. The auditor attended the office in February and March, checking paper documents, such as your AGM registration forms, our payroll booklet. You've got one person on the payroll. Random membership lists. So those lists that you send in for membership, the auditors want to see how many members are registered and then count out how much money came in and take off the GST and get the... Do you know? They're all important. I don't ask them just to see names on a list. And they count a random selection of inventory items, such as the number of lanyards. 1, 2, 3. Most of the papers previously required are now requested and sent online, including in 2024 requests for information from WI and federations, and many had difficulty accessing the My Drive. Now, you know you didn't do that this year, did you? You said, no. So My Drive was harsh. While this is happening, there are membership lists to check against the database, invoices to be sent for payment of affiliation fees, bills to be paid, and an AGM to organise. NZFWI reporting to Charity Services follows the AGM, as we must report by the 30th of June. Regarding membership, it's helpful to get membership lists as soon as possible. I attempted to simplify this by sending out the current list early in the new year so names could be crossed out or deleted of those who had left. This method is only as good as those who utilise it correctly. I still got lists in emails with names only, so if there's been a change of detail, none of that can be made on the database, and members wonder why they don't get the newsletters because they haven't got their new email address. And I certainly have difficulty sending those emails to the auditors. Here's the list for this WI. That's so important to attach the list that you fill in of membership and email it to me. The membership information form is on the website and includes the requirement from the Incorporated Societies Act of 2022, which is new, for new members to sign. That's a requirement now, charities, new members to sign their membership information form. Please use this format, or if you're doing your own, include all that's on the official form, because this is also audited, including the signatures. Registrations for the AGM were more straightforward in 2025, but again, the auditors checked the paper registration form against my Excel listings of registration numbers, matching them with income payments on our Xero system. Handcraft judging was completed by members in the Rotorua area and brought to the AGM in Hamilton for display. Articles for inclusion in Te Pānui continue to be sent in by members, with all included so others can share in the happenings throughout the country. While it is acknowledged that some members are unable to open the PDF format, this is the most efficient way to produce the electronic newsletter, and I know that members who can open the file share it through printing it off and photocopying for your members who aren't able to access it. It's often been said that our WI website is not user-friendly. However, we do get a number of emails from members of the public looking for a WI in their area or following up a family member from times past. My grandmother used to go to the CWI in Bulla, Reefton, just out of Bulla. Can you look her up? She was a president at one stage, and I'm thinking, right, we'll try and find Mrs. So-and-so from Reefton, just out of Bulla. We can do that. And stay tuned for later in the day. Where was I? The members page is available to members only and includes members' notices, which, as the title suggests, includes information about various facets of the membership, such as AGM papers, end-of-year finance requirements, and NEC liaison areas. Resources and downloads. This page, click on the left-hand column usually, this page has all the administrative forms and handcraft results, plus all the NEC newsletters. We Shall Remember Them page. This is notices of members who have died that we have been informed of. The office, based in central Wellington with NCW, provides opportunity for networking with community organisations. Members from NCW attend the office intermittently with their French intern there working during the week. The French intern that worked there last year, her name was Manon, and she was such a joy because her English was very poor. We had such fun, like I'd try and speak a little French with a bit of accent, and she would go. And she got wrapped with my little saying of, oh, fair enough. Fair enough. And she said, I am taking this back to France. Fair enough, I said. She was great. So this year we have Emma, and she's not in quite so much. She's they connect the interns with rural women and other women's organisations. But it's nice to have someone in the office. We still have a storage unit on the Hutt Road in Thorndon, where much of our paper memorabilia is stored. The Barbara Wood trustees meet in February, and my role was to prepare the annual accounts and ensure the process to enable them to consider all applicants was smooth. Following the meeting, payment of scholarships to the recipients, advising those unsuccessful, and reporting to Charity Services completed the national office role for this trust. Similarly, the Mealing Estate Trust met via Zoom or through emails. My role was to prepare the annual accounts, distribute any applications for grants or scholarships to the trustees, acknowledge and pay monies, including the handcraft winners, take minutes of the Zoom meeting, and report to Charity Services following their AGM. With both these separate trusts, there are banking requirements, such as changes of signatories, listing of trustees, and managing term investments according to the decisions of the trustees. Taking minutes of the NEC face-to-face meetings held at weekends, writing newsletters, getting engraving done, ordering and sending souvenirs and badges, and liaising with accountants, auditors, printing companies, banks, insurers, micrographics, lawyers, Charity Services, the company's office, NCW, and members happens at various times in the year. As I've stated before, the National Office has peaks and troughs of workflow throughout the year, but as the membership drops and processes are put in place, the peaks are becoming less high. With one employee in 2025, the NEC undertook roles in the operational side of the organisation as well as covering their role in governance. This was particularly evident where the more detailed finance report required the accounting skills of Adrian Allen. Later in the year, a position description and a contract for service was developed for a contracted accountant. Interviews by the NEC took place via Zoom. While the committee has a role with the running of the National Office, their oversight of all operational matters ensures that the needs of the members they represent are met. Thank you again, Jude, for the opportunity this year to report on the operation of the National Office. Kia ora. 3 p.m. But they're ready and they're ready now. But it doesn't matter. Because it's nothing hot. It's just
Thank you, ladies. Nearly finished, but not, because we're coming to one of the most exciting part of the next couple of days. As Colleen alluded to one or two things, but this one is really special. Tonight, we're going to be thrilled with the wonderful entertainment that we can have. We are going to be thrilled to be able to, what do you call it when you, what do you call it? Not, you know the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? What do you call it when somebody gets in there? Induction. So we're going to be inducting, sounds so nasty, 3 women who will be receiving their Gold Honour Award. They know what they have to do, because we're going to have a drink before the meeting starts, I'm sorry. So you either preload before you get in here. We're just asking if you could be seated around, seated at 7 o'clock, please. All right? Ready for the official welcome from our distinguished guests. I have it here. So we'll have some more talking. We'll have some 3 badges pinned on. And then we'll have a party. And Janice will be wearing her underwear. So, I don't know how much Mary is going to talk to us about the past history, but over the last 5 years of me working on the NEC, under the auspicious leader of Faye and the centenary, we talked about having a book, a photography book, a photograph book about us. And it definitely is not a calendar type book. So I would like now to welcome our past honorary finance officer, Mary Reid, but now editor-in-chief, exceptional friend, Mary Reid.
Yes, the old bag woman. Look at this. This is what happens when you have a president as a friend. No, it's all right. I'm going to shout in a minute down through here. I said, that's what you get from being friends with the president. She makes you a nice bag. Did you see it? You're only going to say you didn't see it, so look. I needed it to carry all my stuff. Right. Oh, here I go. Oh, gosh. If I cry, don't worry. I'm okay. It's just been a long 5 years. And this is it. This is the book. I hope you're still clapping me when you've seen inside. It's been a labour of love. Right, I need my clicker and I need to get my head round what I'm doing. I have to talk slow, isn't that right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh yes, we're all up there. Good. So I'm going to talk about it, and then if you want to ask me anything, before you go off and get your glad rags on, that's okay. All right. I'm so nervous, I can't tell you, honestly. I'd rather present the finances than this. Okay, so we started with a proposal, and a request came through to from the Centenary Committee. And I know who said it, but
Oh, well, it was Avis, right, so thank you, darling. I have got a croaky voice, all right? It's because of all the surgery I've had over the years. They wrecked my throat, is all I can say. So I'm very sorry about that, and I'll do the best I can to make it clear. That's why there's so much writing on the screen, so if you miss anything, you can see it there. So the Centenary Committee, when they were planning for the centenary, so that's before I came on the NEC, had thought it would be great if we had a picture book that described what happened. Sorry, you're over here as well. To describe what happened during the celebration of our centenary. When I was on the NEC, foolishly mentioned that I had actually written a book before. Okay, you know what it's like. Don't volunteer information that's not required at the time, because I hadn't written a book like this before. Okay. But we decided that what we wanted was something that was of a high standard, that was quality, that was produced with the assistance of professional publishers to ensure that the result will be worthy for display on coffee tables, in libraries, in schools, or if we can make them do it, bookshops. You want us out there? This is the way to get us out there. This is the trial that we're hoping will happen. I got the job, needless to say. So then it started. Okay. Oops. So I don't feel very professional right now. Okay, so this was the task in hand. I had 2,000 plus photos submitted from WIs and federations and some individuals. So out of those, I had to select the best. I had to write words to explain about us, our history, in a short bit at the beginning, so that people knew about us and where we came from and what we do. And part of the celebration of our centenary was always dogged by COVID. COVID was everywhere at the time, so we were all going around with masks on or dealing with, will we get there, won't we get there, will it happen, won't it happen? And I wanted to reflect that in the book, not in a negative way, but in how we dealt with it as women. Working with the publishers to generate the content that met their need meant that the 900 photos I had chosen had to be reduced to 180. And so it was really hard. And this is because each photograph is digitally enhanced or made good, or I don't understand the publishing speak for this really, so forgive me, but made so that it's brilliant. Okay, so it was expensive for each photograph to get in that book, so I had to select them. Every photograph in the book is in colour. Yes, so none of you are dulled by black and white. Okay, that was something I wanted. I wanted you to be in colour and colourful. And the other task in hand was to meet all the deadlines. And that's so it would be ready for this AGM. I'd like to tell you that the books arrived in the country from the printers last week. I'm not sure who needed a drink more, me or Jude, but anyway, they've arrived, so hooray. Right, so the challenges to the editor. So you might wonder why it's taken me so long to do it. I spent so long looking at all the lovely photos, thinking, oh, which ones can I choose? They're all just lovely, and they are lovely. And as I made this book, it made me smile. I love to see all the wonderful things that we did and all the lovely people that are in the photos. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege of going through the photos to choose them. It was wonderful, but it took a long time. I wanted to make a book that you would be proud of, that you would be proud to own for a reasonable price, and being of such a good quality that you would be happy to share with your friends. I've already shown some of my friends the book who don't come to WI, and they're already excited. I said, will you buy it? And they said, yes, I'd buy this. Not WI members yet. Ah. I always see that as a challenge, don't you? I wanted to convey through pictures what fun and joy we had. And the hardest thing is standing here and persuading you that I think I did it. I did. Okay, so 5 years, I haven't just spent all that time in front of my computer. I have a job. I run a B&B. So summer is full of, I do all the work myself, so I do all the washing, the cleaning, all this business. So, summertime is not the time for writing a book, I can tell you that. Life is never straightforward. Things don't go according to plan. In 2023, you know that I missed Waimate. I was so sad about that. God. Well, it was my husband. He had a massive heart attack. I was kind of sad about that as well, but he did survive. So he survived, hooray, even though I watched him dying in front of me. He survived. And he's still around to give me trouble now, so I should, that's okay. My computer obviously was struggling with doing all the work I was asking of it. And so I had to get a new one and then transfer all the stuff over and then find that this thing wouldn't fit there now because the knobs have all changed. Anybody done that where the knobs change? How dare they? How dare they do that in the middle of my deadlines? And I also had a bad tear of my meniscus. They told me I would have to have a knee replacement, but I worked hard so I didn't have to have one, and I'm here today saying it is possible. Not that it happens to everyone, but it is possible to not have to have one. I found sitting at the computer very painful. I couldn't sit there for longer than 20 minutes, and you just get into something, and I think, no, I've got to move, and it's an hour, 2 hours before I can go back and do it again. So at times it was very difficult. But it's not about me, it's about you. These are our publishers. Mary Egan Publishing are wonderful to work with. They're women, yes. They get us, yes. And they worked hard to produce something they knew we'd like. They're thrilled with the book. They were so happy with it. And the fact they told me that, I thought they were lying. And then Jude's seen it, and she said, oh, it's really good. So I think, oh, maybe they're telling the truth. So, okay, you'll have to judge for yourselves. So I'll just have a drink. Talk among yourselves a minute. Oh, you have to watch out, I'm Compare tonight. Oh. I've got a few jokes up my sleeve. Not now, I'm not telling them now. Okay, the publishers we chose, we chose them because they specialise in this type of book. So they're used to working with organisations to present them to the world. They're used to manipulating images and showing you from a good point, which I think is always a good handle. If you can get somebody who can make you look great, yeah, go for it. They loved our design and our aim. They loved what we were trying to do. They listened to what we wanted to achieve, and they helped us achieve it. And they met the deadline we asked of them. And part of that was I had to meet their deadlines as well, so there was a few late nights there as well. In case you're interested, the book went to the publishers in September last year. It takes 6 months from when you get it to the publishers, and they said it was a rush job to get it through for May. That's, you're not dealing with, oh, I'll just nip down the shop and they'll just run off a few copies, okay? They persuaded me that actually sending it to China meant that the quality of the book is better. So we chose to go to China rather than Australia. Sorry for the Australians in the room, but apparently China have quite a history with printing. I don't know if you know that. They were one of the first countries to do printing, so apparently they're quite good at it. Who knew? I learnt some history from that. That was quite good. But I wouldn't have been able to do this without the support of all of you who sent me your pen drives. I've got them in my bag, right? So they've got, hopefully will reunite you with the thing that you sent me 3-4 years ago, whenever it was. I'll reunite you, and hopefully you won't get somebody else's photos. I didn't use them for anything else, so they're just all there. And if you sent me a prepaid envelope, even the prepaid envelope will be back in the thing for you back. Hope you haven't moved. Also, I want to thank all of you who trusted me with this and felt strongly enough to sponsor the book. Sponsoring the book has helped us to keep the cost down to the organisation, but this is not a cheap book to produce. I hope that you will enjoy it. Anyway, I'll say a bit more about that in a minute because I'm going to do this bit first. Okay. I hope that many of you will want to buy a copy of this book for yourselves. If you don't want to buy one for yourself, what about giving one for the family of a member who is no longer with us but is in the pages of this book? A donation perhaps to the local library or to the school that you have really good contact with that you make all those socks for. Maybe a friend who's interested and wants to become a member or doesn't think they want to be a member till they get the book for Christmas. And some of these suggestions could be something you could do as a WI or a federation or a group of friends who just want to bless someone else. Today, after the presentation, the books that have been ordered will be available. There's a process, which we'll tell you about. After the ones we have here are gone, you're all on a mission. Please go back with your books and show them to the people in your WIs. Show them to the people that you know. Generate some interest in them. Talk about them. If you've got access to your local media, will you use it? Those of you who've sweet-talked the people at the local paper to, put your articles in for what you do, will you go to them with the book? Will you show it to them? Will you say, will you take a picture with me with the book? You say, oh, come on, take a picture with me. I want it in the paper next week. Okay. We have tried. We have a publicist. We have got a publicist to do a press release and has sent it everywhere. And as you can see by the crowds of paparazzi waiting outside, they heard everything and still haven't done it. So it's down to you. Please shake that cage, will you? What we would like is okay, so this last thing, I'm going to go back a bit. Part of the thing about having this book is, I did tell everybody, I sent a thing out to say, this weighs 1 kilo. Yeah, so it's 1 kilo. So if you're travelling by air, I told you that so you can count it in your luggage. Okay, that's important, isn't it? Okay, so it weighs 1 kilo. We can't store this at National Office and have Colleen going down to the shop with all the bags, to post them out to you. She would have us under, I don't know, some health and safety rubbish thing. About I can't carry all that down to the post office every day if anybody wants one. And so one of the things we have, because we've done it through a publisher and because it has an ISBN number, it is okay to go into libraries and it's okay to go into a bookshop with information that we sent out on email. And I've also got some printed papers with what you have to ask for. And if you go into your local bookshop, if there's enough of you that keep going, they might think, oh, I better order a few of these, and they might even put them in the window. If they do that, will you take a picture and stick it on Facebook? Or Insta? Is it Insta now? Or TikTok? Yes, I'm not doing that, but you can do that. That would be really cool. Okay, so anything you can think about. Okay, so the ones that we have here today, when they're gone, they're gone. So you won't be able to get them from us, but they are in the country, sitting in some sad and lonely storage unit, waiting for people to ask for them. So please, will you get the word out so they don't stay there a long time? Okay, so how many did I get printed? Okay. Can you remember how many people are in the organisation? 1,000. I printed 1,000. There is not enough for one for everyone. That should make you get out there quick and get one. Okay. We got 1,000 because we thought that was a reasonable number. We can print more, but we wanted to be able to give the opportunity for as many of you who wanted to own one could own one. But also, we realised that we've lost members. You know, we've lost people that have passed away. In my own institute, we've lost 3 this year. You know, it's a lot. And, you know, if this book is something that you can give to a family who've lost somebody who was in the institute for 50 years, 60 years, it's something special, isn't it? I think. Anyway, enough about that. I just want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to present this to you today. I know you all want to go and get your glad rags on and everything, but thank you so much for President Jude. Thank you for the NEC for having faith in me to actually finally bring this to fruition. So now it's over to you. Thank you.
Mary, our esteemed editor, what a big job you have done in compiling this book. We are so proud of you. I have had a sneak preview of this book. I shouldn't have, but I have. And it's a wonderful book. And I'd also like to thank Jude for her time she's put in too to help Mary compile this book for you, the members. I would like you to show your appreciation.
Just have a sit. Thank you. I'm just going to ask Colleen to come in and just fill in a few of the details in order to fulfil those people who have pre-ordered, but she knows the system. Before we do that as well, there will be a cup of tea and a little something outside when this is finished. Bearing in mind, do the process. Out, round, and in, okay? I look forward to seeing you tonight at 7 o'clock, but I will leave Colleen now to tell you, all right?
I'm just telling Adrian that Mary needs to sit there if you want Mary to sign your book. I've got I've got them here in those boxes. I have a list of names. I've got a red pen to tick you off. So if you've ordered a book or books, if you could come up this way, contrary to the flow, people going out to have a cup of coffee, if you could come round this way, and then go out, that would be helpful. Give us time. I'll need to find your name. They're not alphabetical. They are as they came in. You do need to clear your tables and take your stuff away, and whatever's under your chairs need to go. We will clear this out, but if you could just line up there, that would be great. Thank you.
So I look forward to seeing... Oh, God, I thought she'd fallen over the back. So I look forward to seeing you tonight. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Where? Yes. Please. Yes, no worries. Come on, you go and sit down then. It's Trevor. Yes. I don't know. You'll have to ask Colleen because I don't know. Because I think it was. We only asked for about 100, I think, or 100, and I don't know. But you better ask to see how many are left. All right? There's a few. But there will be. But you have to go to the book. Okay? It'll go through an invoice. All right, thank you. No, we're not having any money. No, thank you.